Gonzalez.
Good morning. I think you're muted.
Anthony, you are muted. You are muted, Anthony. Good morning. Good morning, Marta. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Gupta.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Very early morning.
Morning, Sven.
But it's okay.
Morning, Dr. Gupta.
Hi, Ravi. How are you? Good morning.
Morning.
Nice to see you.
Good morning, Ravi. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Marta.
So we are welcoming participants in.
Okay.
And okay. So we'll be starting shortly. Let's give the last few persons to join. And I would like to start today with reviewing a bit what we discussed yesterday to refresh. For some of us, it's earlier than for others in the morning, so it'll be good to slowly start the day reflecting on what we learned from yesterday. And also for our colleagues from Samoa, yesterday was very late and they couldn't stay in the second session. So they will also benefit to hear from you what was the main takeaway from yesterday. For me, one of the takeaways is the diversity of efforts that are in different countries to promote grassroots innovation, and my interest in hearing more from different experiences that are, there's a very wide range of experiences, and yesterday we already heard of different approaches to promote innovative mindsets in students from different countries. So for me, that was very valuable. Anyone else from, for example, from Myanmar that would like to share what was the takeaway from yesterday morning? Tassin, I see you're unmuted, so you're ready to contribute.
Good morning, Marta. Good morning, Professor. And good morning, all. Yes, yesterday I learned a lot from the Professor and Namikar and also the two speakers. The main thing is how to promote in the different way of the grassroots levels innovations. In the Myanmar, there's a lot of innovation groups, but they don't know how to promote like the organization. So I learned from the games and how to promote and how to get the volunteer for the kind of the grassroots innovations. So I learned this thing from the Professor Anil, and then from the Mr. Daham here, he shared his food processing machines, and this kind of machines we need. In Myanmar, there's a lot of the agricultural food, but we weak in the food processing machine, and that's why we want to get the kind of the machine in Myanmar. So I hope so that we can contribute the kind of knowledge from the India to Myanmar in the near future. That is the take away knowledge from yesterday, and then because taught a lot of other professors experience. That's also include the students' innovations. And I expect that in Myanmar, the kind of the students' innovation, like the teaching innovations and the learning innovations. Now, one thing he talked the students' vacation, go to the village and something challenge and something problem they are finding, and then they talk the solution, and that is a kind of the innovation. So I like the kind of how the system, and so yesterday I learned a lot from those kinds of the 4 people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tassin, for sharing. Could we hear from someone else in the group that would like to share? You can unmute yourself, and wherever possible, if you can turn your video on, that will be great. It will allow us to see each other. I know sometimes connections are not good, but if possible, please turn your videos on. Okay, thank you. Nice.
Hello?
Yes?
Okay, for us here in Samoa, I think it's the whole initiative. I think we're very appreciative and very excited about this initiative, because our work is more pitched at the level for commercialization of innovation, but the mere existence of commons where community and the grassroots can access this innovative information to help them, and it addresses poverty, it addresses food security. There was also discussion on empowering of women and children, and that's quite an exciting take for us. And for that, we're very grateful. Thank you for making us part of this.
Thank you very much. And I think yesterday was on the second part, so you may have missed yesterday. Professor Gupta was sharing some of the online databases that offer access to information of patents that are now available, and that it's a database put together by the Honeybee network, and that it's available for everyone to use and as a source of access to information. And he was sharing us how to access information, for example, on solar panels, and that's information that is available online for free. So we will be sharing those links as well at the end of the workshop.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to share from maybe the Philippines or from Laos? Okay, so I think then we are ready to start our second day. Yesterday we were kind of introduced to what is grassroots, why it's important, and we heard directly from key grassroots innovators and their history and their evolution of what they've been able to accomplish. And today, the second day, will very much be focused on policies and strategies to create an enabling environment for grassroots innovations. So we will hear from different national experiences of what strategies they have tried to put in place to promote grassroots innovation. And that will be on our first session. Then we will have again a networking break where we will have 3 quick presentations from the Philippines, Vietnam, and Bangladesh. Also an informal dialogue to hear more up to date what has been happening in those 3 countries in the past few months. And the second session of today, session 4, will be about a bit of a reflection, every one of us to reflect on our national ecosystems for grassroots innovation. And we will be doing an exercise to do that self-assessment. And we will also be exploring opportunities what are some of your needs, and what are some of the opportunities for receiving support and for collaborating with each other. And we will have presentations from UNDP and from ESCA, a bit about the program that we have to promote grassroots innovation, so that you're a bit aware of what's the type of work we have been doing and the type of support that you may be able to receive from us. So with that, let me pass the microphone to Anamika, who will be the moderator for our first session.
Thank you, Marta. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ravi. Good morning, Anthony and Anir. Could you see if Anir is there? I mean, I am not able to see. Okay. So as Martha has told you that this session is about creating policies and strategies which will enable to spawn, scout, and support grassroots innovations. And we will be hearing about some of the experiences that Philippines, Anir from Telangana, India, and Anir from Bangladesh have. So may I please request Dr. Anthony Salas, he is the Regional Director of Department of Science and Technology, Philippines, to share his, because I remember after last year we had a policy workshop in India. Dr. Salas who invited us to the opening of, which of course I could not attend because I got sick and I was traveling for quite some time. But he launched the Grassroots Innovations there in Philippines with Marta, Mia, Sharmila, who is not here for today. But it will be great to hear from him the way he convinced the government to look into grassroots innovations. And we recently also had another dialogue. So Mr. Salas, Dr. Salas, please share your presentation and your journey towards grassroots innovation. Anthony? Anthony, please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? It's
Indeed.
nice to see you again, Anamika, Martha, Dr. Gupta, and my courtesies also to my fellow speakers in this session. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's really a pleasure for me to share our experiences in putting in place the policies and strategies that will promote grassroots innovations in the Philippines. Let me start with this quote, recognizing and supporting the ingenuity developed at the grassroots is a powerful catalyst towards promoting empowerment, building resilience, and achieving sustainability among marginalized and disadvantaged communities. This quote emphasizes the importance of the role of innovation at the grassroots in contributing to economic growth and development. I should say inclusive economic growth and development, and thus recognizing and supporting grassroots innovations is a key in attaining development goals, especially in economically challenged communities. Next slide, please.
We're not seeing the slides yet. So,
Okay.
would you share the slides from your end or somebody?
Yes, we are sharing it from our end.
Okay, I will share the slides. Okay.
You have to enable the screen sharing.
Okay. Can you see my slides now? Okay. So the Philippines recognize the importance of innovation in the country's economy. The Department of Science and Technology has been in the forefront in promoting inclusive science, technology, engineering, and innovation, or SETI policies in the Philippines. For today's session, I'm tasked to present to you the policies and strategies to create an enabling environment for grassroots innovation, from incubation, social diffusion, and financing. Next slide, please. So let me now talk about the context of innovation in the Philippines. The Philippines ranks 50th among the 131 economies featured in the GII 2020. This was a big leap, no, from 2014, where we were at 100th place, no? And the Philippines ranked 4th among 29 lower middle income group economies, and 11th in the Philippines. The Philippines ranks 11th among the 17 economies in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Oceania. Next slide, please. And the Philippines performs better innovation outputs than innovation inputs in 2020. And this year, the country ranks 70th in innovation inputs, higher than last year and compared to 2018. So there's a big improvement. As for innovation outputs, the Philippines ranks 41st. This position is higher than last year and compared to 2018. Next slide. Based on the United Nations UNESCO benchmark, a developing country should at least have 1%, and sadly, the Philippines is still far from this standard. Has remained below, our GERD has remained below 1%, but the country has remained resolute in accelerating innovation despite prevailing budgetary requirements or limitations. While the total R&D funding of government has dramatically increased by a factor of 7 in the last 8 years, the economic growth of the country has increased further. Thus, GRD has remained unchanged. The Philippines remains in the bottom third of the 2019 Global Innovation Index in terms of GRD. Next slide. So let me now present to you, next slide please, the policies that we hope and we think will promote or support grassroots innovation. And one of these is the enactment of Republic Act number 11293, or better known as the Philippine Innovation Act, which helps put muscle to the country's innovation agenda. It also paved the way for the establishment of the National Innovation Council, which is co-chaired by the Department of Science and Technology. This council works on a whole-of-government approach involving the coordination and collaboration of the different agencies of government to greatly improve the country's innovation governance and create synergy among these government agencies. There is also another policy that supports startup business in the Philippines. This is Republic Act number 11337, otherwise known as the Innovative Startup Act, where the government wants to support and improve startup enterprises, especially those who are SMT-based startup businesses. The linkages with startups in other countries are also able to develop synergies in expanded markets. It is expected that through this legislation, we can accelerate the growth of a number of successful startups in our country. Another national policy in support of President Rodrigo Duterte's landmark laws on scientific research and innovation, particularly Republic Act 11293, or the Philippine Innovation Act, is the Innovative Startup Act. No? Davao Region established the Regional Inclusive Innovation Center, or RIIC. This aims to provide or bridge the gap between industries and academia through the application of research and development efforts to budding industries and startups all over Davao Region, which is one of the 14 administrative regions in the country. And this strategy is now being replicated in other regions of the country. And its goal is to establish an ecosystem composed of universities, research and development labs, science and technology parks, startup incubators, fabrication laboratories, co-working spaces, as well as investors, government agencies, and startup businesses, and micro, small, and medium enterprises. We hope that this will accelerate innovation in the countryside. Next slide. Also in Davao region, we endorsed the Regional Development Council the adoption of the Grassroots Innovation for Inclusive Development framework for 2019 to 2022, the one mentioned by Anamika earlier, that we launched last year to recognize, capacitate, and promote the grassroots as sites for diverse and niche innovations. Another legislation at the city level that support grassroots innovation is the proposed ordinance on the establishment of the Davao Invention and Innovation Center in the city. This proposed center will function as a startup enabler, which will provide technical expertise in the areas of prototype building, feasibility and financial analysis, drafting of project proposals for funding, and intellectual property rights patent applications. So this ordinance has already been passed at the City Legislative Council. Now, let me go to the strategies for incubation. Next slide. The DOST came up with a program which we call the Higher Education Institution Readiness for Innovation and Technopreneurship, or HERIT program, which is a structured preparatory program of DOST needed to guide and equip each higher education institution to plan, implement, build, and start embracing the emerging startup community in their own universities. This is intended to create jobs, develop entrepreneurs, promote public and private academic collaborative partnerships in regional economic development. Next slide, please. So these are the three higher education institutions that we engaged: University of Mindanao, University of the Philippines, Mindanao, and the University of Southeastern Philippines. And each of them have established their own TBIs, or Technology Business Incubators. That's Upgrade for UP Mindanao, Umasenso Hub for UM, and Agilab for University of Southeastern Philippines. Next slide, please. So these are the services provided by the three TBIs as shown on the slide. Next slide. The goal of the TBIs is to develop a culture of innovation and technopreneurship in the university, as well as to strengthen collaboration and partnership of the academe, industry, and government, and of course civil society, where grassroots innovators come from, and contribute to the city's progress through creation of investments. Another strategy for incubation of grassroots innovation is the Food Processing Innovation Center of FPIC, and I'm happy to inform you that recently the FPIC has been awarded as one of the best practices in the country, to encourage innovation in the Philippines, in the countryside. And this addresses SDGs 3, 9, and 11. And the program objective is to provide innovative technologies and relevant support services to contribute to inclusive and sustainable development, particularly of the food industry or food processing industry in Davao region. And these are the services provided by the center. Next slide. On strategies for social diffusion, we have a number of projects intended to provide platforms for diffusion of the technologies developed by our grassroots innovators. One is the DOST's GRIND program, or the Grassroots Innovation for Inclusive Development. We are focusing on the basic administrative or governance unit, which is the barangay or village in different parts of the country. We call here the administrative unit as barangay, or sitio or purok. And we want to focus on these small units to build existing knowledge, systems, and practices, and capitalize on existing or indigenous resources, such as people with their culture, their knowledge, systems, and practices, and available natural and physical resources. It is composed of indigenous locally or locally developed and introduced innovations. So this can be a composite of indigenous and introduced innovations to address problems and concerns emanating from the grassroots. Next slide, please. So what do we mean by innovation for inclusive development? This is, as described by IDRC, innovation that reduces poverty and enable all groups of people, especially the poor and marginalized, to participate in decision-making, create and actualize opportunities, and equitably share in the benefits of development. Which means that we want our grassroots innovations and grassroots communities to be part of the whole development process, from conceptualization, the programs and projects that will be implemented within the communities, and the members of the community having a voice and being active partners in the development process, and also sharing in the benefits of development. Next slide. So DOST's GRIND program is intended to empower marginalized communities and strengthen their existing grassroots innovations. Next slide, please. So these are examples of the innovations that came out of our communities, especially here during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this covers a broad spectrum of development themes, from health and safety to food security to community livelihood. So as you can see in the picture, we have the foot-operated hand-washing kiosks, the disinfectant. We have emergency food products that we distributed to frontliners to boost their immunities, and also affordable face masks using indigenous materials. Next slide. So just to give you a brief background on the concept of the GRIND framework or the GRIND program of the OST, we are engaging what we call the quadruple helix of society, which is civil society, academia, industry, and government. We hope to expand this to include the media, because we consider the media as a very important component, particularly in communicating the messages that we want to convey to our stakeholders. And I'd like to acknowledge here the 4L concept of the Honeybee Network, which are the 4 stages to develop grassroots innovations. And these are learning, legitimizing, leveraging, and linking. Next slide. So these are the 4 L's, and we hope that through these various stages in the promotion and development of grassroots innovation, we can contribute to the medium-term Philippine Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. Let me now go to the different strategies for financing of our grassroots innovations. One is the DOST Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, which is intended to assist MSMEs to adopt technological innovations to improve their operation and thus boost their productivity and competitiveness. No? So under this program, we provide what we call Innovation Fund, which is 0 interest and payable for refund for a period of 3 to 5 years. Quite a soft arrangement for our MSMEs, for them to refund the innovation, the investment of government, so that we can help more micro, small, and medium enterprises. Next slide. So these are the priority sectors under setup, and it is good that we have under here food processing, gifts, housewares, and decors, because these are also the focus areas in the grind program of the OST. Next slide. We also have our community empowerment through science and technology, where we provide grants in aid. No? So in contrast to setup, which is for refund, the investment that we provide under CEST, or the community empowerment through science and technology, is a grant, and these are intended specifically for startups and for grassroots communities. Next slide. So these are the various entry points under CEST: health and nutrition, water and sanitation, basic education and literacy, livelihood, sustainable livelihood and economic enterprises, and DRRM and CCA. Next slide. The AGAP Center is a very good example for social diffusion, strategy. AGAP is an acronym actually of a local dialect, which is a MOMA Ugiya Alang sa Kahamog Gaway, or CARE in English, that's Care and Guide for Stability. This is a convergence project that works in partnership with a number of government agencies and private sector, which makes better use of technology to empower our indigenous communities. And in the picture, one of our beneficiary communities is an IP community in the upland of Davao de Oro, one of the provinces in the region. Here we provided a solar-powered electrical system that now provides electricity for their agri-processing activities, and also to light their households, and also for street lighting. Next slide. So as I've said, these are the various platforms for financing of our GIs, the DOST Grind program, and we have a specific funding window here, which we call the Grassroots Innovation and Technology Fund, or GRIT. Next slide. The setup, we have the Innovation Fund. Next slide. Under Community Empowerment through Science and Technology, we have the grants in aid for community-based projects. Next slide. And finally, this is my last slide. We have identified the gaps and the challenges and the steps forward that we think we should pursue aggressively in the coming months and years. So in terms of gaps and challenges, we see the limitations in the scope and provisions of the Philippine Innovation Act and Innovative Startup Act. There is no specific mention on grassroots innovation, so we want the inclusion of a provision on grassroots innovation so that a fund can be provided specifically for GIs. The second is how do we provide or address the financing requirements? Although we have these programs in DOST, we want a broader scheme and a broader range of financing options for our GIs, not only from DOST, but other government agencies and even the private sector. We want to engage the private sector through their CSRs, or corporate social responsibility, to finance grassroots innovation. And the third challenge, I think, is the putting in place the mechanisms for engaging other government agencies. I've talked about the AGAP Center, the AGAP concept of collaboration and convergence among government agencies. But I think we need to engage more of our government agencies, the academe, civil society, and industry in our efforts to provide support to government, to grassroots innovations. And the way forward, our Undersecretary for Research for Regional Operations have detailed a program for putting forward our GRIND plans and programs and how we will implement this in the future. What she intends is to make the GRIND program a movement, not only in the Davao region, in my region, but the rest of the country, in all the regions of the country, so that because we acknowledge that there are still a lot of grassroots innovations and innovators that we need to support in the other areas of the country. And so therefore, this has to be a national movement. And we totally agreed, subscribe to this plan. of really making the GRIND program a national program. Thank you for your attention and good morning to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Salis. That was wonderful learning about the different policies. In fact, you have created such wonderful infrastructures for the grassroots innovators, especially the food technology and everything. It has been wonderful listening to you. Participants, do you have any questions for Dr. Salis, or we will take this questions together with all the speakers? If you have any specific question, please you can ask right now. You can unmute or write in the chat. Hello. Yes.
Yes, Namika, thank you very much for the Mr. Anthony presentation. The presentation is very clear, and we have a lot of the knowledge from the presentation. But I would like to know if he can share the limitation in the scope and provision in the Philippine Innovation Act, innovation startup. If he can share some of the limitation, it will be very nice for us.
Thank you, Tasin. Yes, I talked about, nice to see you. I talked about the gaps in my last slide and the challenges that we have to face in the coming years.
Yes.
No, in order to promote and provide an enabling environment for grassroots innovation. Our experiences in my region has shown that well, if there's a new idea, there's always a resistance to a new idea. The GRIND program is a new program of the OST, and to tell you frankly, we've had it was a challenge to really convince other government agencies to join us in this movement. We call it now a movement, and but through I think a very good strategy was really endorsing this particular concept and initiative to the Regional Development Council, which is the highest policy-making body in the region, to enjoin all government agencies to support the GRIND program. So I think that was a very good strategy. It's important that we gain champions and supporters to the program, not only to in government, but also other sectors. And I'm happy to say that we already engaged the private sector. In the AMOMA, in the AGAC project that we have in one of the provinces, we actually engaged a corporation, Iho Resources Corporation, to provide support and to link our farmers in the uplands, in the community, to markets, which they have access to. So what they did was to develop an IT system that would provide real-time information on the availability of products in the farm, in the upland, so that buyers can easily access information about the products that are available real-time. And this was done with the help of a private sector partner, which is the Iho Plant Resources Corporation. This the same arrangement we hope to replicate in other regions of the country, because we know that the other regions also have communities that produce agricultural products, as well as products from their grassroots innovations that should be linked to market. And we need also partners from the private sector. And for example, the chambers of commerce can be a very good partner to really bring these products to market. So I think that is one of the limitations that we encountered. How to to convince partners to get on board this program, and how to convince them to provide investment, to support grassroots innovations in the communities. Back to you, Anamika.
So with this, I think we are ready to have our next speaker from India. Tony, we'll have more questions at the end of the session. Yes, so it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Ravi Narayan, who is the Chief Executive Officer of T-Hub and CIO of Telangana State Innovation Council, TSIC, Government of Telangana. And he has also co-founded 3 companies and has success from leading it from the inception to their successful acquisition. So he has first-hand experience in that. Also, he has been, apart from advising the government of Telangana and Karnataka, he has also advised the national governments in Singapore and Malaysia. And during his time in Bangalore, he chaired the TI Entrepreneurial Summit, NASCOM Product Conclave, and Pan IIT Conclave. Mr. Ravi, over to you to share your experience. And he is the first, Telangana is the first state to come up with a grassroots innovation policy at the state level. So we will hear more about the story and his journey. Mr. Narayan, please, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anamika. Good morning to everyone. I will share my screen. Just a second, please. There you go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Hello.
is.
Yes, we can see. Yes,
We can see
Okay,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I must be having some difficulty on this side. So, listening to all of you, I feel that I am the youngest of the lot. I don't know as much about grassroots innovation as all of you do, but I will attempt to give you some idea of the work that we are doing here in Telangana. I have my colleague also, Manish Kumar. He is also joining me from Telangana. So we will tell you a little bit about what we are doing here in the state. As Dr. Anamika mentioned, we are the youngest state in the country of India. But at the same time, we also have a very interesting opportunity in front of us. We are a 39 million population state. We have 33 districts, and we have agriculture as one of the largest industry sector in the state. But given the fact that we have taken the view that a youngest state should also be a startup state of the country, we have begun the journey on the startup mission much earlier than most people. So we put in our innovation policy in the year 2016. And since then we have been making tremendous progress in various sectors. I myself come from the startup, which is something that attracts venture capital, goes after the global markets, tech startups. That's what most people talk about. But I got very interested in also doing work with innovators that are in the rural sector. There are people in districts, and there are people in colleges and students that are looking to be innovative, be contributive to the economy. And how is it that we can do this on a much larger basis? So a lot of things that we do obviously are inspired by Professor Gupta and the work that he does at Honeybee Network and GAN and so on. So I will just walk you through our journey so far, and then I'll be open to questions towards the end. So one of the things that I mentioned to you is the fact that we have a very progressive policy, and what you see here is mostly about the fact on the tech side. But the fact is, we have been able to not just say the right things; it's also be able to do the right things. In the sense that a lot of times there are startups, there are innovators that stand up and say, we want to we want to do a startup, or we want to do innovation. and they do this on their own. And are they really immersed in a economy? Are they immersed in an ecosystem? Do they have the right policy framework that they can work within? Does the government really become their first customer, which is what our mantra is? And do all the other large industries also take advantage of all these innovations that is happening around them? So to make it a very much a vibrant ecosystem, we have actually taken steps to make sure that each and every uh, you know constituent of the ecosystem actually works very closely with the startups, with the innovators, to really help them grow, and in the process they themselves become very innovative going forward. So I'll just take a few seconds to point out a few things. So there are what we call the GCCs, or the multinationals in our ecosystem. More than 120 of them are working in the state. There are Indian corporates. Now, these again could potentially just do work and provide employment to a few people, but they actually open up to the opportunity of working with startups directly and using their help, their innovations to bring it into their journey so that they can do much more than what they have been able to do by themselves. Uh, Now, there is also several premier educational institutions. Each and every one of those premier educational institutions, and I'm saying there are hundreds and maybe 700 to 800 educational institutions altogether, but the premier institutions in management, law, technology, all of them work with startups. We have incubation centers. These are all government, central government sponsored, and tinkering labs. All of these are located in the states, in the districts of Telangana. All the research labs are working in some fashion or the other with innovators and startups. And in the last 1 year, in the year of 2019, actually, this is a little dated. We have had government becoming the first customer to actually acquiring from these things. And it's not just the state government at the capital, but also in the districts. The district commissioners are empowered and have a budget to acquire, small pieces of innovations that are emerging within their districts. So it's a way for me to just demonstrate to you that whatever has been talked about in the policy, a lot of those things are beginning to take hold in the course of the last 5 years. I will shift to the next slide. So these are some of the agencies that have been put in place when the innovation policy was instituted earlier. It was also incumbent upon the largest of the lot, which is called T-Hub, to actually implement the entire innovation policy. But over a course of time, it became very apparent that not one agency or one organization can do everything for this very large state, with a lot of different opportunities and also very many challenges. So that's where we took a lot more of a holistic view and said we need to create organizations that can go deeper rather than one organization that is going broad. So TSIC was created about 3 years ago as the innovation cell, which was chartered with creating innovations within the government, within the academia, within the grassroots and the social sectors. VHub was created as an organization that would focus primarily on women entrepreneurs. And T-Works is the largest prototyping facility in the country that is able to take a lot of these grassroots innovators, very interesting prototypes, and bring them into their labs and create much better engineered, prototypes that then can be, put into the hands of customers. Rich is an organization that actually takes a lot of the research that is being done in multiple labs and bring them out into the real world, be it to large corporations that I showed you in the last slide, or it could be into startups, or it could be provided to innovators so that they don't necessarily have to invent certain things. Some of these things have already been invented and they can be augmented, or they could be used to augment some of the innovations that are coming out, especially if it's something that has a much broader reach. I think that relevancy is there. Then we have something called the task, which is the skilling and knowledge. Now, this is skilling and knowledge in lots of sectors that creates employment, it helps people with their vocations and so on and so forth. But also, it does something called the technology entrepreneurship program, which allows us to go into lots of the um, colleges and help a lot of these youngsters to also opt for entrepreneurship as a career path rather than having to qualify to take up a job someplace within their district, or within somewhere in the state, and so on and so forth. And then finally, uh, emerging technologies is like an on-ramp. This is the place where you hear this big suction sound of how do you bring in innovation into the government. So that is the agency that has been charged with seeking out innovations to solve some of the challenges that the government is facing, and really putting the two together. So I'll give you one example. We have something called a chit fund, which is a way for people to save and put a corpus together so that they can make big purchases sometime in their lives, be it a large event like a wedding or whatever, an education, or purchasing something that is expensive. It's important for it to be a highly regulated industry, because it opens up to multiple people participating in it. So how do you really bring in the right technology so that people are protected, their savings are protected, and they're able to do what they are planning to do with the funds that have been set aside. So that innovation came from startups and innovators. So so we started about 3 years ago, as I said, as to be one that provides that innovation driven economy across the state of Telangana. We were focusing first on the student community, to on innovation in the entire state, as what innovation diffusion, I think this is what Anamika had put into the title of this session, that, and then finally government and administration. So I guess the third mandate is probably the hardest for us, as we begin to have all the right policies and everything, but really creating that demand is something that only comes from large organizations such as these. So as I will go through this presentation, you'll also see that while we want to do certain things, we also want to do it in such a fashion that we don't have to be doing this for the longest time. As in, we want to be able to enable other partners and other facilitators within the ecosystem who will see the value of doing something like this and take it on themselves, so that then we can move on to doing other things which require a lot of thinking, a lot of designing, a lot of iterations, and so on and so forth. So we want to create a systemic impact in the state, and that's where we feel that we will have the largest impact. So if we were to do everything ourselves, we will have very, very small impact. So we have about 8 people now, and we feel that these are extremely talented people in the group, but our ability to do things is still limited to only those 8 people. It's not, no, it can't be more than that. So that's where we have the larger mandate, which has of course evolved, and I'll talk to you about it. So so just to give you a glimpse of what we have done so far in the innovation or in student community, we have done what we call as the Atal Tinkering Lab meetups, where the tinkering labs were already in place, but nobody was using them because teachers didn't know how to use them to teach the students. And the students, while they were curious and they were excited, they just didn't know how to take full advantage of it. So we actually intervened and helped build a much more comprehensive way of utilizing the tinkering labs. We also had a startup in India Telangana Yatra, which is, I'll skip a few just to give you a sense of the ones that I feel we can talk about. So the innovation yatra was to just take a bus ride through the state and help people understand the power of innovation, the power of entrepreneurship being a career path as well. May not be right away, but in the course of time. And then we have had the I think we'll come to that in the next one. So basically the impact has been in just a short 24 months period from a completely zero start. About 1,000 plus students and 50 colleges have been connected to the innovation ecosystem, and we have been able to impact 3,000 plus students through the ATL projects that we've been doing. The second one is to create the innovation diffusion, create that sense of excitement about innovation and being a part of it, all the way from grassroots to social innovation. So we've done something which is very interesting called the Intinta, which is what you see here right in the middle. Intinta Innovator Campaign and also an Innovator exhibition. So let me just step back and give you a sense of what this means. So Intinta means there is an innovator in every household. Every house has an innovator. That is what Intinta Innovator means. So that was the large aspiration that we created. And obviously, what that means is that every evening when they sit for dinner together, they talk about something that they've found in the innovation space, something the child in the family found at school, the father found something happening in the fields that he wanted to share with his family, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a way for us to create that sense of excitement around innovation. Is that what we were just trying to do? And also every day, every single day, create a video that we will put on social media about what innovation is happening, be it a student, be it a grassroots innovator, whatever, to create that sense of excitement. And then we would 15th of August is the Independence Day of India. We take that opportunity to attract a lot of applications from these innovators on what innovations would they like to demonstrate to the other folks, and including Telangana's Foundation Day. So we bring them to one central place so that other people can see them, other people can acquire from them. One of the biggest thing for us is the value that we can create for these innovators is provide them access to demand, to market, which is one of the biggest thing that we have been doing. And this kind of an exhibition really helps that. So this time with pandemic, we didn't have that opportunity, but we were able to do this all virtually. And we pretty much had the same impact, probably even better, because of the virtual nature of the exhibition. So we have this number is looking pretty small, but I can guarantee you it is at least 3 to 4 times this. Innovators have been scouted and exhibited and also spoken at some of our events. We've also created a SaaS community, a software as a service community, and we have set up multiple incubators across the state. And the third one is, of course, the government innovation. So here we talk about what we call as a government mentor program. So it's one thing to go and offer a innovator or a startup's product or services to a government official. It's another to actually say, can you help this youngster, this innovator, build something that is relevant to the government? Can you help them think about what's the best way to design the product, how to deliver the product, and how to support the product once the government buys it, right? So that's what we call as a government mentor program, and it has taken off phenomenally well, because these mentors actually become the bridge between the innovators and the huge, gigantic, complex machinery of the government. So that's what we have been very, very excited about. And of course, the Innovation Utsavam is a specific set of innovators that are brought for government officials to interact with and see how they can actually take it on. So every time, every single time that we have done this Innovation Utsavam, it has been in all the different districts, and we've had 20 plus successful collaborations so far. So this is where I was mentioning to you about the fact that, we do a lot of direct services. If we go and we work with innovators, we work with schools, we work with government, we work with grassroots innovators and all that great stuff. But we also want to be sure that at some point in time, this all starts scaling and becoming much bigger than what it was in the past. And then if there are certain things that actually move to becoming systemic and people are taking it on and doing it on their own, then I think we are moving in the right direction. And finally, the entire framework of the place changes. The way they look at innovation, the way they deal with innovation, the way they embrace innovation changes. That's when you see a framework change. So this is what we have created as a framework for ourselves to make sure that we try and do as many things that continue to move to the right as we go along. And so the interesting thing is, in the first 24 months, whatever we did, we did about 17 initiatives, and 9 of them have moved on to the next level. So it's indeed catching on. It is becoming part of the ecosystem. We don't need to be doing this all the time ourselves, which is a true testament to the absorption of innovation, if you will, in the ecosystem. So we've worked with several people. So let me just use this opportunity to talk about 2 of these, the rural innovation. So Mupparaju's solution was, how do you conserve electricity, in all these street lamps, and how do you turn them off when they are not necessarily needed, or turn them on only when it is needed? It doesn't get turned on by somebody who's wanting to go home early, so he just turns it on and goes away. So this was an innovation that was created by a rural innovator, by a grassroots innovator in one of the districts. So it's one thing for them to do it, but this is where I showed you in the very first slide of the state wanting to absorb this and making it their own. The district collector of that particular district actually placed an order and bought the solution for his district, and immediately put it on WhatsApp group that all these district collectors share, and there have been at least another 3 to 4 of them that have bought since then. So this is where we begin to see that there is a much larger absorption of this innovation as we go along. I'll talk about a few more, but here are some photos of all the work that we've been doing. So I'll just take a second here. This kid in her 9th standard or 9th grade, she actually created an innovation where you put on this Fitbit kind of a thing on your wrist, and if you are going to touch your face, it automatically sends an alarm. Very, very simple innovation, but she devised it, she created it, and we took it to T-Works to actually manufacture it in larger quantities. And there was another girl who actually took the groundnut or the peanut shells and created pots for plants. And it was hard. It was we did the hardness testing and so on and so forth. So we have actually been able to not just scientifically validate that these are going to work, but also help them with the whole process of creating larger numbers of it as they go along. So these are some of the very simple innovations that have actually seen the light of the day and actually have been proliferated in a much larger space. So one of the things that I wanted to share with you is that we've done a lot of good experimentation in our first 2-3 years of this organization, TSIC, and have created a lot of wins. As you saw, 17 programs, 9 of them have moved on to the next level, and so on. But what we also wanted to be sure that we actually created a 4-pillar approach. So the 2 pillars was doing these programs, the 17 of them. Then it was also talking about them, that more and more people would get excited about them. So I think these 2 things we accomplished quite well. But after they have been brought to a level of a certain level of maturity, how do you really take them forward, right? So that's where we actually have created what we call the innovation office, as what are the right policies that can be put in place to make this thing happen. So as Dr. Anamika just mentioned, we are the first state in the country to roll out a grassroots innovation policy. And that's something that the innovation office would do. Similarly, we are also rolling out a social innovation policy. Again, that's what innovation office does. And Manish, my colleague who's on the call, is in charge of the innovation office. The other thing, of course, which is the topic of the session, is how do you continue to stay relevant to the innovators and help them through the entire journey, all the way from them being just an innovator, in a village maybe, to actually being able to set up a MSME or an industry around that innovation. So how do you help them with access to market, access to funding, and helping with advice, and so on and so forth. So there are lots of things that the innovation policy takes on, and we have currently several entrepreneurs, several innovators that are going through this journey of scalability and sustainability through this office. Yeah, so this is just a quick explanation of each one of these pillars. So I just have a couple more slides specifically about this particular thing. So the way we look at it, as I pointed out earlier, we want to reach out as far and wide as we can to bring out those innovators that are already there, ensconced in these communities, doing some absolutely wonderful work, but maybe really relevant only for that particular district, that village, and so on. So show the yatras and sensitization events, we make them aware of these kinds of things, and of course also identify some of these through the scouting process, which is in phase 2. So sometimes we do both of them together. The third one is where we have identified these innovators who already are using some version of the innovation to do what they're doing. How do you help them build a prototype? How do you take these prototypes into an organization such as T-Works, help them make them engineered as a product that can be used by other people, and then finally help them through the entire process of funding and so on and so forth to take it to the next level. The second one is about funding. So we are doing some of these things informally through various methods. We are reaching out to different departments to help out with either grants or through working capital loans. So we're getting a little bit more organized around creating an innovation, grassroots innovation fund. So it is called TGIF, the Telangana Grassroots Innovation Fund. So one is to help take small innovations into a prototype, which is the small grants to get them to that level. The second one is a little tricky, and we just done a few, but we feel that there's a lot more scope to it. Is actually an innovator is somebody who is very good and excited about the innovation piece. How do you really build a business around that innovation? How do you really make it into a medium-sized business? That's where an entrepreneur who's been there, done that, built other businesses, understands the principles of building businesses. These two come together, the entrepreneur and the innovator, to actually build out these things, and then those are funded and to take it forward. And then, of course, the regular working capital loans and also scale-up funds to actually make them into the next level. Of course, we also have other things, whatever we make available to MSMEs, generally, that also starts kicking in, around this time. If they have become an MSME themselves, how do you help them stay the path, really create, a very viable, very profitable, business out of that is what we spend time on, once they get to that level. There are also some people who may become more of a tech innovator, tech entrepreneur. So then we have something called T-Hub, which I'm also responsible for. That will also help them with the other path if they choose to build something like that rather than an industry or a factory or whatever. The promotion is something that we've been successfully doing as part of the grassroots innovation policy, and now encompasses a lot of these things already. One is to identify the nodal agency, which is TSIC in this case. Then we have the promotion of grassroots innovation through media and journalism. In fact, a lot of these things that I showed you have been covered by the local paper in the local language. So a lot of people are beginning to know about this. There's also proactive documentation, creating this thing through exhibitions, which I talked to you about, hackathons, outreach, and promotional events. And also the interesting thing is the metros that are running in the city of Hyderabad, which is the state capital of Telangana, shows videos of these innovators. So, those two girls that I just talked to you about, their videos are playing. So people get to see them and become aware of the fact that this is also happening across, and what is it that they can do to get involved. There is grassroots innovation through academia, through working professionals, government we spoke about, and also the elderlies and the housewives. So these are the various mechanisms that we feel are going to really create that culture of innovation in the state. And this is how we are going about doing this. So I just wanted to take this time to give you some glimpse of what is it that we are doing in Telangana. I'll be happy to take any questions, and then of course have a longer conversation later.
Yes, thank you, Ravi. That was very insightful, and we are very happy to learn about so many different kinds of experiments that you did from the government side. So it's wonderful. I'm sure many of our participants would like to get in touch and know more about such experiments. How do you carry out experiments, and when you are in the government setup? And because experiments are very important if you have to foster innovation. And if we don't do experiments, how can we tell others to take the risk and do experiments themselves? So if there are any questions for Ravi here, you can unmute and ask, and then we will have our last speaker for the session. Any questions, please? Okay. So we will take more questions maybe at the end of the session. May I welcome Mr. Anil Chaudhary. He's a policy advisor at UNDP and Government of Bangladesh. He is entrusted with making new policies for the innovation policy and the innovation, the whole thing that is going on in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is fast picking up all the necessary steps for innovation. Anir, may I ask you to unmute yourself and give your talk here?
Thank you, Dr. Anamika. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Wonderful.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I joined a little late. I was rather unwell, but I'll try to make my presentation very quickly. So it's good to see the two great presentations, and also really good to see Professor Anil Gupta here.
Very nice to see you, Anir. I'm so happy and hope you get well soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can see the slides that's coming up.
Yes, we can see.
We can see. We can see.
So I'll talk about a specific innovation or grassroots innovation process that we started since 2013, which is called the iLab, Innovation Lab, which is housed within the A2I, which is the Aspire to Innovate program of the government of Bangladesh, which started long before actually. So it started with the Digital Bangladesh Transformation Agenda of the government in 2009. It's been supported by UNDP since the very beginning, along with a number of other partners. It sits with a combination of the Prime Minister's office, the Cabinet office, and the ICT ministry. So it's a combination of the political nerve center, the bureaucratic nerve center, and the ICT nerve center. So that's the combination that we leverage. The focus areas that we have seen so far work really well for us are 7: healthcare, disability issues, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, environment, disaster management, climate change issues, renewable energy, manufacturing broadly, and transportation. So these are the 7 areas in which we have funded different types of innovation. The innovation process we'll talk about, that's we call the iLab ecosystem. It really brings in the government, the grassroots innovators, and the large private sector, which actually commercializes a lot of these innovations. I'll talk about some of them very briefly. But let me talk about the innovation process for a couple of minutes. So the innovation that we actually see, it comes from various sources. The one is the proactive innovation, as we call it. So the innovator in the grassroots identifies a problem and actually proposes a solution. And we fund it through our $10 million fund up to about $35,000 per innovation. So that's one source of innovation. So the innovator identifies the problem and then finds a solution and then proposes it. It goes through a process which I'll talk about. The second one is we publish the problem. So the innovator does not find it. We say that, okay, we need to have a pure drinking water issue, or we need to come up with a ventilator for the COVID situation. So we actually publish the problem, and there is a challenge competition that's thrown. And universities, grassroots innovators, polytechnics, they all participate. Sometimes small NGOs, they also come through. So that's the second type. So where we actually do it on demand. So we publish the challenge. The third is we actually hold every year different types of innovation competitions. And this is primarily targeted to high school and tertiary university students. So one is open for everybody. That's we call Innovathon. Another is only open to women. So we call it the Women's Innovation Camp. And the reason it's called camp is that we actually take the innovators through a boot camp. So they actually present their innovation ideas. And because these are young people aged between 15 to 25, they actually needs a lot of hand-holding. So the Women's Innovation Camp actually takes the young women through an innovation process to mature their innovation as well. Then recently we did 2 seasons of a reality show. In Bangla, we call it Udbhavoker Khoje, which basically means that in search of innovators. And this has actually generated huge enthusiasm across the entire country. And we've seen all different kinds of innovations. And we saw an 8th grader doing some remarkable innovation in the last season. So this reality show has given us a different dimension of how we disseminate the idea of bringing up innovation and solving problems through innovation at the grassroots. So this has been quite successful. And then the last one, the fifth one that we're trying out right now, it's just very early stage right now, is contract innovation or contract research. So essentially identifying specific problems of the industry and actually bringing innovators to solve problems of the industry. So these are the 5 different types of innovation process that we have initiated within the country. Now, let me talk a little bit about the cycle of how we take an innovation to impact. Essentially starts with an ideation. So ideas come through either innovators, grassroots innovators themselves, or we publish problems and then ideation happens through publishing problems. Then it goes to prototyping phase. So the innovation then is prototyped into a small solution. And then we have in iLab, in our innovation lab, a host of mentors who come from academia, private sector, and government, and also from the funding process as well. So these mentors take that prototype and actually refine it into a viable solution, and also provide a lot of business guidance so that the innovation actually becomes commercialized. The prototype is then built into a commercializable product, marketable product that goes through another cycle. And then we also pay a lot of attention recently to intellectual property. So we filed a number of patents for a lot of these innovators. They don't always have the understanding or the capacity to file patents, which is a very complicated process involving our patent office and legal filing as well. So we actually provide the patent filing support to the innovator. And the last and the very, very important stage, which is where we actually face a lot of challenges, is to commercialize that product. So we believe that in innovation, without commercialization, actually will not create the right level of impact. So there is the commercialization process, and sometimes the government gets involved in commercializing it through the government ecosystem. And sometimes we bring in large private sector or private sector agencies, associations, who will actually take that product and commercialize it through their own ecosystem. So that's the whole innovation to impact cycle that we've been able to mature over the last 6 or 7 years since we launched the Innovation Fund in 2013. Let me talk about a few examples of where we have seen fantastic innovations which we're trying to commercialize right now. So this is from a grassroots innovator, rapid beverage cooling system. We don't have reliable electricity everywhere in the country, and this is actually a cooling system where you put in a small soft drink bottle or water bottle, and it cools within a minute without electricity. So there are chemicals inside the cooling system, and it actually provides rapid cooling within 1 minute for the bottle. Or there is a new version that has come out, which can actually take multiple bottles as well. Another important, and this is actually going to commercialization right now with the largest electronics manufacturer in the country, is a dual system refrigerator. So essentially what we have seen is that in a refrigerator, we have the compressor, which actually generates a lot of heat. So essentially it has created, the innovator has created a separate chamber where the heat is captured so that we have refrigeration going on and heating. So it's a mini microwave that actually keeps anything warm. So it uses the heat generated from the refrigeration system into the heating system. So that this is now being commercialized with Walton, which is the largest electronics manufacturer, consumer electronics manufacturer in the country right now. Smart white cane. This is another important innovation from the grassroots. We have seen that there is a market of about $39 million globally for visually challenged people who need white canes. So this innovator actually has come up with a white cane that allows visual feedback into the the feature phone, not even smartphone, feature phones. It actually connects to the FM radio of the feature phone, and it has sensors in the stick that can identify what's actually in front, and it actually provides auditory input to the person with visual challenge. And there is almost a $300 million market worldwide. So there are competing products, but what this innovator has done is he's actually used local innovation and global best practices to provide the most cost-effective solution for local market. And we're now talking to our Ministry of Social Welfare, which provides free of charge a number of white canes to visually challenged people in the country. And we're now commercializing this through the ministry, so that when the regular white canes, the non-technology white canes are distributed, so we're replacing them with the smart white canes. A hand-carrying infant incubator, and this is essentially what we have seen, is that a lot of babies die in rural areas because they don't have infant incubator. So this is a portable infant incubator, which you can carry in an ambulance, or you can carry it in even a rickshaw van, so that the babies can make it safely from homes to the hospital. So that critical time lag between falling sick at home, or even for premature births, because still most of the births in Bangladesh happen at homes, not in facilities. So this hand-carrying infant incubator actually provides a huge benefit to these premature babies, and they can be safely transported to hospitals or any facilities. Driving simulator. So this is an interesting innovation that we have seen in recent times. We're now talking to our Road Transport Authority to establish this in different driving stations across the country, the driving exams, where we take driving exams. The idea is that a lot of our drivers, especially the people who drive trucks and buses, intercity, across the entire country, they don't always know the traffic rules. I mean, they may actually have gotten a license from somewhere, or maybe some of them are actually not even licensed, but they don't always know the rules. So by going to this driving simulator, they can learn the rules well, and they can fail multiple times and then actually can pass the exam. So we're discussing with the Road Transport Authority so that this becomes a permanent fixture in the way the government actually conducts driving exams. And this may actually save lives. And one of the biggest contributors to death in Bangladesh is actually road accidents. So we think that this can actually have a huge impact. This is a jute fiber bicycle. So essentially using jute fiber to create resin and create a durable bicycle. So this is a new innovation that we have seen coming out last year. And again, this is huge market locally and potentially globally as well. So since Bangladesh is rich in jute, we're trying to find diversified outlets for our jute. So this can actually be a breakthrough innovation, providing very low cost bicycles across the country, potentially for exports as well. But at the same time, we use our jute fiber for a very new innovation. And the target is to capture about 30% of the global and domestic market, which is ambitious, but that's the goal that this innovator has. Handicrafts from water hyacinth. We have in ponds and small water bodies across the entire country, water hyacinth growing at a rapid rate. You know that hyacinths actually grow at a very rapid clip when it actually starts. So it's a huge market for handicrafts within the country, and also it's an exportable product. So this innovator has come up with a way to convert hyacinth, which doesn't come into any kind of productive use right now into handicraft. So this is an innovation that we recently funded. Ram pump, essentially we've seen that people who live in the hilly areas, in Bangladesh has a number of hilly areas where taking water up the hill is very difficult. So this is an economic need actually, and we have actually installed this in a number of areas where water can be brought up to the top of the small hill with the help of this very cost-effective pump. Biodiesel from used cooking oil. There is a lot of used cooking oil that's repeatedly used in restaurants, creating food hazards. So essentially what this one innovator, who's become a successful entrepreneur, by the way, one of the rare case studies of innovation creating an entrepreneur. I'll talk about some of the challenges that we face around this, but this innovator has already, so he's set up a small manufacturing plant to take cooking oils and creating biodiesel out of that. And we're now trying to commercialize this with support from the specific ministry of the government, so that there is a policy that we're trying to formulate right now, so that the used cooking oil from different restaurants across the country will actually be used to create biodiesel. This is an emergency evacuation system that a Grassroots innovator has come up with. We've had a number of fire incidents in the country, specifically in the garment industry. You know that about 80% plus of the country's export actually relies on garments, and many of these garment factories, ready-made garment factories, are housed in unsafe buildings where you don't have the right type of fire exits in the case of a fire. So it's a huge market that we have seen not only in Bangladesh but around the country, around the world. And this evacuation system actually inflates within a couple of minutes into this long winding pathway, so that people can actually jump onto it and you can roll. So this is a spiraling system, so you can actually spiral down to safety. And this has been tested out in a couple of garment factories, and now we're trying to use our building codes and the government departments who will actually maybe able to mandate this for new building constructions. And the last innovation that I'll mention was actually created during COVID. So we had a challenge competition at that time because we did not have enough ventilators in the country. And within a couple of weeks, we saw about 14, actually the number has come up to 18 now, 18 different grassroots innovators coming up with a new design for ventilators. And we have brought in one of the largest manufacturers, electronic manufacturer in the country, to commercialize one of these innovations. Many of these innovations, over 10 of them actually have won international awards as well. The most recent one in Malaysia, the ITEX competition, the Invention, Innovation and Technology exhibition in Malaysia in 2019. So I think five of these innovations actually won awards in the last year's competition. This year we were not able to hold any competition because of COVID. Now I'll end with the challenges that we face. So what we have seen is we have been able to fund 50 plus innovations in the last few years. About $1.5 million went into this funding, and 15 patents were filed. And we have launched a new venture capital company called Startup Bangladesh, which is actually going to actually funded a few of these innovations already for the next stage into startups. But what we see, and these are the challenges that we'd like to discuss, and maybe you can provide your insight. And from Telangana, we saw some brilliant work that's being done. So maybe we can actually learn from Telangana as well. So we have seen that a lot of innovators, most innovators, I won't say a lot, but by and large, most innovators don't want to be entrepreneurs. So they don't really feel like going beyond the innovation showcasing. So they have basically created innovation and they're happy with their innovation, but taking that to the process of creating a business and doing money accounting, raising further funds, maybe taking even a loan. So that's not something that they're really willing willing to do. And when and the second point that I mentioned is when they are willing to do that, they really struggle. They don't have the business mindset. So they're not interested in making money. They're interested in solving a problem. And as soon as the problem is solved, they want to move on to the next problem that they want to solve. So they don't, so when we've seen several innovators, we've set up businesses for them, we've provided support, legal support, accounting support, but they really struggle. So this is something that we are also struggling with to see how they can become entrepreneurs. And the new company, the Startup Bangladesh company, the venture cap company that we set up is actually helping with some of them. Commercialization with established private sector players, that has proven to be difficult. And we've seen only a few examples in the electronics manufacturing case that we've been able to create success stories. But in other cases, it's still been a struggle for us. So how we bring in large private sector to own or adopt an innovation that has come from the grassroots and create successful commercialization of that, that's something we're exploring right now. We have seen that imported products, a lot of so-called Chinese products are cheaper. So innovators often, they may have come up with an innovation that can be created much more cheaply by the millions in China, perhaps. So in terms of pricing of a new innovation in Bangladesh, we've seen that there is some struggle there. And in terms of patents and any other IP protection that we've been able to provide to innovators, we also already have seen that there are cases where the IP, the patents have been violated, and it's difficult to enforce the patent protection in the context of Bangladesh often. So the IP protection also has been a struggle for us. These are the 5 challenges that we are trying to resolve with the right type of policy support. We are actually currently developing an innovation policy that has a grassroots component within it. We're also revising our education policy, which will have an innovation component for students in that. So we are looking at further expanding the idea of innovation at the grassroots from a policy perspective and providing the right support to these grassroots innovators across the board, starting from policy to mentorship to funding to commercialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary or Anil. It was wonderful, and I see a synergy here. You have the water hyacinth products, and we have a grassroots innovator from Telangana itself, Narsimhaji, whose machine was exported to Kenya to remove water hyacinths from the lakes. So I see people actually, it's something as if some divine factor is acting in the form of maybe ESCAP coming in and bringing you all together and bringing your experiences together. We have a couple of minutes for questions. Participants, if you want to ask any question to our innovator, our speakers, please do unmute yourself, or you can put in the chat. I've seen some have been answered. And okay, so here are a few questions. How can we set up innovation system for grassroots innovations? How can inclusive innovation initiatives be expanded to improve grassroots and facilitate innovation? What are the key implications for policy? So so you can take your questions, and I think one for each. Zhao Min from Myanmar, I think. Yes, so she has actually thought about the questions and put 3 questions for our 3 speakers.
Anamika.
Yes, yeah.
Anamika, it's Anthony.
Yes, Anthony, please.
Yes, okay.
If you would allow me, I would like to address the first question on how we set up the innovation ecosystem. Let me share with you our experience in setting up what we call the SETI ecosystem. SETI is Science, Engineering, Technology, and Innovation Ecosystem. What we did was look at the development imperatives in an area For example, in Davao region, we looked at the development imperatives for Davao region and see how we can address through science, technology, and innovation these various development imperatives. No? And in Davao region, we saw that food security is one of the challenges. And so we thought that we should focus on innovative and functional foods to address the food security problem in the region. The first step that we did was to look at the available resources, the existing ecosystem that we have now operating in the region, what academic institutions are doing research and development and innovation activities, what private sector initiatives through their corporate social responsibility are also addressing innovation problems, and what government agencies have programs and projects that would address innovation problems in the area. And then after we made an inventory and took stock of all the resources available for innovation, is we convened all the players and the stakeholders to a meeting. No? This was done for the innovative and functional food ecosystem. We conducted this 2 years ago here in the city and convened all the stake players. And through that meeting, we were able to conceptualize or ideate what program we want to develop and to implement in the area to address food security problems or issues. And after that meeting, we assigned a technical working group, a task force, that would develop the proposal for the program, for the development program and the agenda to address food security. And from there, once the proposal was prepared, we lobbied for support, and we looked at the Department of Science and Technology and other ministries of government to support the initiative, as well as the private sector. Earlier, I presented the quadruple helix approach. We saw the need of really engaging all four sectors of society on this initiative, on this platform of convergence. And we are happy that we were able to get the commitments and the support from all sectors for our SETI ecosystem, for innovation ecosystem. And for the food and innovation, for the functional food and innovative food ecosystem, we were able to get the support from the Department of Science and Technology for setting up what we call a niche center for R&D for this particular research area. And this is in the one of the academic institutions, the University of the South of the Immaculate Conception, who's now doing research on functional foods using the indigenous raw materials that are available in our IP communities, indigenous people communities, because that is one of the focus for the grassroots innovation in the region: ethnobotanicals, functional foods, and artisanal crafts that we want to preserve and we want to translate into sustainable livelihood and enterprise. That's how we organized our ecosystem zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
I
Salas.
just,
Yes, please,
Yes.
Raviji.
yeah. So just to kind of give you a little of a prelude to the second question and then answer it. So what we have found, in India, in Telangana, is that whatever has worked very well for the startup, the tech startups, the ones that are most spoken about in the media and talked about, the way that is handled, the policies that you implement for those, the mentor network that you create for them, the investor network that you create for them, the ability for you to help them scale and so on and so forth is very, very different from the way, the grassroots and the social innovation and so on and so forth. So obviously, while there can be an umbrella policy of some sorts, but the implementation of these policies have to be done, through a very different set of constituents in the ecosystem. We found that only the Indian film actors can actually straddle both worlds. We have to actually separate them completely and make them sustain on their own, build it for their own, their own abilities and capabilities, and deepen those expertise. In fact, if you look at people who have actually say come to later in their corporate careers, and you ask them whether you want to invest in tech startups or do you want to invest in some social enterprise, there's a distinct set of people who will do one or the other. They can't do both of them at the same time. It's it comes down to the individual level, leave alone the policy levels, right? So one thing is what we have found is as you would expect, a lot of this gravitates to a city, the startup kind of activities. But if you want to do grassroots innovation, social innovation, those have to be uh, started, implemented, tested within the places that they are solving problems in. So we can't make them come up in cities and be able to make them relevant to the problems that they are trying to solve. So we do want to encourage them to continue to stay there and continue to serve those markets and those demands and do what they need to do. But at the same time, have the benefit of all the wonderful learnings that we've created, the repositories that we have, in a central location like Hyderabad in our case. So what we have done is we have created now what we call as the T-Hub regional centers. So this is actually now in 5 different places in addition to Hyderabad. So it's about 6 places that we have. So like a hub and spoke model. There's a hub which has all the good learnings and everything in one central place, and then there's a spoke that serves about 6 to 7 districts at the same time. We could do even more. We need to go even closer to the grassroots innovators, but this is our first attempt at going away from just one central place. Otherwise it's everything happening in one city, and that was not sustaining in any fashion. So we invite these grassroots innovators just to go through a learning about what is it that they can do, how to go about doing things, so that they don't make the mistakes that other innovators have made, get through it faster, maybe even test out certain prototypes, get access to mentors, get access to investors, and so on and so forth. To the extent that they can build it in that level, we want to encourage that. And then thereafter, we figure out what is the best industrial park that we can connect them to later on. But that comes much later. So I think what we are doing as a first step is to start going closer and closer to where they are, and also helping the district education officers, the scientific officers also to start engaging with us so that they can take advantage of the work that we are doing. So as I said, we have a very small team. We want the district level people to start taking this thing up, and we're happy to train the trainers, right? We don't want to do everything on our own. So that's how we are trying to make it much more inclusive, and also make sure that we are able to reach out to the hinterlands as much as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very insightful. Could I please request Ani to take up the third question about the implications for policy?
Sure. I see 3 different things within policy. One is being able to define specific innovation challenges, innovation problems. So specifically what we heard from Philippines is the food security problem. So what we have seen is greater success when we have defined a specific problem accurately based on market size, based on the beneficiaries of the innovation, and based on understanding of commercialization. So that's one thing. So I think that's the first. Second is taking an innovator through a commercialization process. There's some of the challenges that I talked about in my last slide. So there is a lot of attention that needs to be given there. And often the innovator, as we have seen, will not become the entrepreneur himself or herself. So pairing that innovation with an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So somebody else may actually take that up, a startup perhaps, or even an established large company, or even a government department which will commercialize. So I've talked about a couple of examples, like the driving simulator. We're taking that to the government. Like the biodiesel, we're taking that to a government policy. So defining an entrepreneurial ecosystem, support system for that innovation, not the innovator himself or herself, but the innovation itself, I think is very important. And the third thing is what we just heard from Mr. Narayan is involving the districts. And that's something we have actually been able to do quite successfully in Bangladesh. So 64 district administrators are actually engaged in holding the innovation competition, the innovathons, the women's innovation camp. So we actually have delegated that responsibility with some funding for events that we have given to districts. So all the local orchestration of doing the publicity for a specific event or a specific problem, and taking them through a mentoring process. So all the administrative work actually has been delegated to the 64 districts, and this has been quite well established for the last few years, and we are very happy that this has worked quite well in Bangladesh. Those are the three things that I say should prominently feature in the policy implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Anir. I think the session was very, very insightful, very practical examples we saw from Philippines, India, Bangladesh. And that brings us to the close of this session. And if you have any questions, I have shared the email IDs of our speakers. And Martha, I, Yekai, Rafael are always there. If you have any questions, you have any query, you need any support, Martha will speak about the support system maybe later in the day. And so may I request now Courtney to, so we'll have a 5-minute break, and then Courtney will moderate the networking break. It's a session, it's actually a break and a session. So you can enjoy your tea, coffee, and 3 presentations from our UNDP partners. Courtney.
Hi there, can you hear me? This is Courtney.
Yes, yes. So Courtney is the head of explorations from the regional, the innovation, the UNDP Asia Pacific Regional Innovation Center. And she has been helping us throughout this, putting everything together in this webinar. And thank you so much, Courtney, and over to you now.
Wonderful. So we had a really fantastic session. Thanks again to the speakers that just shared now, and wonderful Q&A and great hosting on Emeka. So we would like to see if you don't mind coming back in about 5 minutes. We know that it's good to get up and stretch, grab some water or coffee. And in 5 minutes, we're going to go through what is more of a lightning panel with those UNDP colleagues that have been working on inclusive innovation upstream and downstream in Philippines, Bangladesh, as well as Vietnam. So we'll see you in 5 minutes, which would be about 28 minutes past the hour. We'll get started right then. Thank you. Just want to do a quick tech test to see that Rex, Ishtiak, and Ida, are you able to just do a quick hello on the microphone so that we are clear that everything is working before we dive in? So maybe
hello.
Rex first. Okay, great.
Yes, I'm okay.
Wonderful. And
Hello.
Ida? Perfect.
Hi. Okay, perfect.
Ishtiak?
Hi, Courtney. Audible?
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and jump right in, as we promised that we would work to stay on time for this. But just to share a little bit of the backstory, in a few moments, we're going to do a quick tour de table where we will hear a little bit about the work that's happening, both, as I mentioned just a moment ago, upstream and downstream in regards to inclusive innovation. So from policy to programs, particularly with the lens and the approach that UNDP is taking. So the next 9 minutes, this lightning panel is dedicated to share a little bit around the intent, the direction, and literally close with one of the key questions that the teams are thinking about. So we're setting it up so that there will be literally almost like a Pecha Kucha style. For those of you that are familiar with Pecha Kucha, the time will move. And we're going to go into the order first with Philippines, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves in a little bit more detail, please. But with Rex first, and then we'll move to Ishtiak with Bangladesh, and then we'll wrap with Ida sharing a little bit about Vietnam. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and request Rex, if you could, I will go ahead and begin, but please introduce yourself just a little bit in the work starting now.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Rex Lore. I'm the head of solutions mapping of the UNDP Philippines Accelerator Lab. I'm working on reimagining inclusive innovation post-COVID-19 Philippines. And this was developed as a way to rethink our collective understanding of innovation that is inclusive and responsive to the realities of future crises, such as the pandemic that we are experiencing today. When the Philippines has already launched the Philippine Innovation Act in 2019, we realized that there is a need for us to broaden participation and adopt a more inclusive approach to innovation. We are looking at 3 outputs to accomplish this two-pronged approach of webinar series and policy research. One is the series of an online fora that will showcase how various sectors, most especially the grassroots innovators, are innovating during the pandemic. The series will also explore thematic challenges such as inclusive data-driven governance, greening the recovery, and public sector innovation, and new models of impact-driven entrepreneurship in the country. Second one is to conduct a policy research on inclusive innovation. The series of online fora will be a way for us to be able to collect data and insights from various stakeholders. And then, and of course, the third one is seeding the creation of an inclusive innovation network that will support the initiative beyond its initial inception. With this work, we hope to be able to shift mindsets that innovation is not exclusive to those who have multiple degrees and certificates in innovative tools and design approaches, but innovation is by everyone for everyone. We also would like to experiment ecosystem development and inclusion of non-traditional stakeholders, such as grassroots innovators, to support inclusive innovation in the country. We approach this work on the concept that by enabling the least, we are essentially including all. We are approaching this initiative using the sandwich approach. Upstream is a policy work, which policy research and webinar series as explained a while back. The high-level policy work is with the Department of Science and Technology and the Development Academy of the Philippines. And downstream, we are supporting the Department of Science and Technology to launch a national movement to support grassroots innovation, ensuring greater inclusivity in the Philippine innovation ecosystem. We have instituted the Salik Lakbay Solutions Mapping Adventure. And Salik Lakbay is a combination of 2 words, which is Saliksik, meaning to research, and Lakbay, to journey. And it's an activity that brings together individuals from different disciplines to immerse themselves in grassroots communities and identify innovations and hacks. We have done a couple of Salik Lakbays with the DOST Grind program, and we are having one in Mount Hamiguita next week. Next slide, please. We would like to pose this question as a way for us to ask ourselves: how do we bridge grassroots innovators to the market and the formal sector? This is one of the challenges that we realized as we have worked with with Grassroots Innovation. And we're hoping to be able to ensure that by supporting them, we are able to support their communities as well. Thank you, Courtney.
Great, thanks so much, Rex. And in a few moments after we hear from the others, we'll share a little bit of the big picture around the approach to the work over the past few years, especially. So if you have questions, we can attend to those either in the chat box or immediately after. This is a bit of a idea networking break anyway. So next I'd love to introduce our colleague in Bangladesh, Ishtiaq.
Oops. Thanks, Courtney. So I'm Ishtiaq. I work with the A2I program of the government of Bangladesh, supported by UNDP. And I'd just like to share with you a case from Bangladesh that illustrates how social capital and social networks at the grassroots level enable critical innovation during this ongoing pandemic that allowed the government to adopt policies that attempt to address the life versus livelihood challenge. So in the March and April timeframe, we had only one test center in the country that would do a few hundred RT-PCR tests for suspected patients, basically. And we had no way of knowing where the disease was progressing the fastest. So we had returnee migrants coming back into the country. Our borders weren't completely closed yet, and there was a lot of mobility within the country, even with the general holiday that the government announced towards the end of March. There was a lot of movement around the country because of livelihood reasons. And there was really no way of knowing where the disease was progressing the fastest. So how do you plan within the government, from the health department, from the health ministry, and the government as a whole, how do you plan for things like ventilators, for intensive care units, for additional doctors and nurses? So what we did, leverage citizens' data. We basically said that citizens could call into this one national helpline number using just a regular feature phone or even landlines, which was quite popular in the country to, things like stopping child marriages, to get information about government services. But before the pandemic, not for health reasons, but it was known, and that was important. It was known to almost every citizen in Bangladesh, this number called 333. So we decided, why don't we use this 333 and have citizens call in to report symptoms? And we put an AI algorithm in the background. We set up an interactive voice response. So people could call in and actually go through a menu and would actually report their symptoms. So within 3 months, we had actually about 10 million people call in, and based on their location, we could tell where the symptoms were the largest, what kind of symptoms, and how we would plan our health response. And of course, this was not possible by the government itself, because government didn't have the data. Government didn't have the reach at the grassroots level, during a national lockdown. So we had to resort to citizens, but where would citizens call? So they would actually call into the telecoms companies, right? They called the 333 number, which was a government number, but they would of course call in through the telecoms companies. But like I said, importantly, they could even use, a regular feature phone to do that. And then at one point, we realized that we needed community data as well. So where do we go? We went to BRAC, which is a large Bangladeshi NGO. So BRAC's community health workers, and BRAC has about, over 50,000 community health workers throughout the country. They pretty much went door to door collecting sample information. And then the digital center entrepreneurs would type up the information and send it over. So we brought in that information as well as additional outlook, additional surveillance. So we had telco data, we had BRAC data, we had government data. So we brought all of them together, and that's how we connected the dots of where the disease was progressing the fastest. Which brings me back to the question, are we investing enough in social R&D? Now, countries around the world would typically spend 2, 3, 4 of their GDPs, their income, each less is spent on innovation is really crucial to how societies function and evolve, especially in this day and age and of social media. It's something that Sir Jeff Mulgan cites in his book, Social Innovation, how societies, I think, if I recall correctly, how societies find the power to change. And in that book, there was a really interesting study cited, which measured how happy different countries were in a very sophisticated way. And what they show is that the best predictors of happiness of nations is not GDP, though that is quite important. The single most important factor is whether people feel others are there to help them in a crisis, whether you feel that kind of horizontal social support in your life. And I think we've seen again more shift in the last 6 months toward government acknowledging the value of this social fabric and how it repurposes and innovates as a really important fact that needs to be understood much, much better. So we need to codify that knowledge and share experiences across countries. I'll stop there. Again, thank you. Thanks, Courtney. Over.
Great, thanks, Ishtiaq. And if there's questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. Next, we're going to go over towards Vietnam and hear a little bit about what's happening there. Of course, we had our morning speakers, sharing insights from cases of India and Bangladesh and the Philippines. So a little bit around Vietnam in this case too.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'm Ida Usikula, and I work as the Innovation Officer at UNDP Vietnam. So I'll just quickly speak about what we've been doing in Vietnam on the policy front. We have both been working very much in the kind of bottom up, working with the social impact businesses and grassroots innovators, but this is our most recent efforts into trying to look at this at the policy level. So currently the main issues around the innovation policy from the grassroots perspective is that the innovation as a concept is seen as a very technologically focused. So what we've been trying to do essentially innovation and to have the notion of inclusiveness in that sense. And these are really key, crucial questions as now Vietnam is in a crucial stage where it's developing from a lower middle income country to a higher one. And we're asking ourselves questions around inclusive growth, where inclusive innovation, of course, plays a key role. There is also a development of the new National Innovation Center, which is now being designed, and the questions around to what direction will that design, take place and go for. And finally, I think COVID really has changed our understanding and the kind of dynamics in the innovation space in Vietnam. So how to kind of harness those most recent kind of shifts in understanding of what innovation means in terms of a COVID and social impact. So as UNDP Vietnam, we have been we have started these discussions and dialogues with our government partners around inclusive innovation in Vietnam. We set out on a journey to do an action-oriented research where we convene different policymakers, different NGOs, different ministries all together around one table to discuss questions around inclusive innovation. What does it mean for Vietnam? How do we understand that? And so here you can see some of the pictures around from our two different sessions. And it really kind of brought out this broader dialogue, and then some really interesting insights came out from these discussions in terms of provincial leaders. For example, once we discussed what is inclusive innovation, and they realized there are actually many things happening in their own respective provinces that are inclusive innovation in the sense of coming up from the bottom up grassroots, and they weren't aware. So these types of discussions were really helpful in terms of building that kind of support mechanisms for these grassroots innovations at the provincial level. So this is kind of also a wider thing that we've been doing in terms of trying to have these discussions both at the national level, but also at the city level and the provincial level, where we have really found that there's more fertile grounds in terms of doing more of the experimentational work. So the kind of parallel thing that we've been trying to advance is really adopting new governance mechanisms. So many of the issues in the current innovation strategy and in the trajectory are such that that the governance mechanisms are fairly dated in terms of very siloed approaches to innovation, which then impede this kind of more broader understanding of what does inclusive innovation means, as it requires a participation from different ministries into the dialogue. So we've been kind of advancing the AAA governance as well, which we mean anticipatory, agile, and adaptive governance for the governments to also manage these types of new things and to advance inclusive innovation as well. So I think the key questions for us has been really kind of how might we create the institutional conditions for inclusive innovation in Vietnam. And of course, the new National Innovation Center provides a great avenue for that. So we've been now working with the team in terms of providing technical support. But it's also about we really need to assess the mechanisms of the kind of entrepreneurial emergency state that Vietnam has been during the COVID pandemic, which really kind of unleashed the creativity of people in very new ways. So that overcame many of the key bottlenecks actually to implementation and action in terms of innovation and inclusive innovation. So the other one is then going back to the importance of the city level work in terms of how do we manage to create these types of exploratory environments for testing new policies. And I think this was mentioned in previous presentations as well. How do we facilitate that at the governance level in terms of providing space for experimentation? And then finally, one of the key gaps in Vietnam is in terms of intermediaries, of connecting ecosystem players with each other, when it becomes very important for grassroots innovators to be connected to different types of resources. So then how do we establish these inclusive innovation intermediaries at the institutional level, which can help and encourage the collaboration and knowledge transfer between different innovation ecosystem players? So I think those are the key questions that we've been asking ourselves and working towards. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the questions.
Great, thank you so much. And what's quite interesting, we hear the spread of different perspectives in regards to the ways in which the institutions are coming together and working to configure enabling environments, but also even just to the point that Ishtiaq was making, some of it's around the bigger questions of process and approach and connectivity with across the ecosystem of stakeholders as well. So at this point, I'd just like to open it up if there's any burning questions from anybody that's joining. We have a really diverse audience from a variety of different countries, not just the ones that we've been hearing from. So if anybody would like to share even their own experience, reflections, or questions, we have a few minutes to honor that time too. Okay, well, I will, if given I haven't seen anything pop up in the chat box or others unmute, one question that I'll just, I think is quite relevant, which is around COVID. So COVID is obviously impacting the ways in which we are able to connect face-to-face in literally amongst stakeholders for that matter as well. So if there's any kind of interesting insights or discoveries that any of your teams, as you've been going about this process of still doing the work in different kinds of environment, if you had any insights you'd like to share, I think that would be relevant for all of us on the line too. So Rex, Ida, or Ishtiaq, if any of you had something that you wanted to pass forward. Yep.
Oh, I thought you were inviting the participants. No, over, please. Go ahead, Rex.
All right. So just an observation during COVID-19, during the ongoing pandemic that we are experiencing today. So grassroots innovations, and this has actually launched a lot of initiatives coming from the grassroots communities, and the experience of people of having to have the lockdowns, lesser resources, lack of work. There's a stoppage in operations from businesses and stuff. It has actually sort of like created this whole environment for them to flare and unleash the creativity that have. We're putting it rather of a positive spin, but because this is really a crisis for them, but this is also at the same time a way for us to identify that even if there are a lot of difficulties and challenges that this grassroots innovator have encountered, there are ways with them on how they were able to get through their daily challenges, right? And we would like to be able to capture that as well. How given a crisis like this, how do they think? How what are their mindsets, and how are they able to find the resources and for them to be able to overcome these challenges? And we also have found that in communities here in the Philippines, we realize that there are communities that have banded together and sort of like raised the sharing economy to a different level, approaching it in the village, as a village, and leveraging their network, their strong social cohesion community for them to be able to survive the pandemic, and in so doing also at the same time bring down the infection levels in the area. And we've seen this especially in remote areas, in areas which are hard to reach from government. So that's why also this is related to and this is a shameless plug also at the same time. We are launching what we call the Tawid COVID Challenge. This is an innovation challenge for us to be able to capture this type of innovations from the grassroots, from communities, from organizers, and from individuals themselves. Not just a way for us to showcase and acknowledge, but also at the same time to see how this can be scaled. And this is in fact the essence of what we're doing. By acknowledging, by mapping them, we would be able to support them so that they can multiply their efforts to different communities as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Rex. Wonderful. And Ishtiaq and then Ida.
Thanks, Courtney. So one thing that I'd like to just talk about, and it's related to COVID, but it's sort of been going on for a much longer period of time in Bangladesh. So COVID of course is like a once in a century crisis, but Bangladesh, given its sort of geographical positioning, is sort of faced with crises almost every year, right? We have flooding, we have landslides, we have large numbers of people displaced every year. So I mean, it's only because of the tremendous resilience of the Bangladeshi people that we're able to meet with these challenges and continue to move on, continue to progress as a nation. However, way to having a conversation still does not have really like a separate explicit inclusive innovation policy, but the manner in which the government and successive administrations have provided the scope and space for grassroots communities, civil society organizations, and NGOs like BRAC, for them to sort of really grow and cater to the needs of Bangladeshi citizens, where the government was either unable to lack the resources or the capacity, that to me is a huge part of, the sort of, unofficial innovation, framework that we have in place in Bangladesh, the innovation ecosystem that you see here, which enables, this kind of social capital and social networks on the ground to exist, which then can be repurposed time and again for different crises. Thank you.
Thanks, Ishtiaq. And Ida, you had some thoughts as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think at least for Vietnam, the COVID, as colleagues already mentioned, provided this new way, a new kind of almost like a pivot in thinking of innovation. And even the government really acknowledged this. And I think a great example of that is that I just wanted to quickly share is when the Ministry of Industry and Trade basically issued a nationwide call for businesses and citizens in Vietnam to help rescue some of the surplus dragon fruit that was stuck on the border of Vietnam to China, and China is the biggest market for dragon fruit, and it was really a national disaster. So then that kind of really started new kind of innovative ideas and sparked the entrepreneurship in the country, in the sense that, for example, there was new products being developed, such as the pink banh mi, which is a baguette that became a huge hit from just one baker in Ho Chi Minh City, and similar things. So I think the government really understood the power of this type of people-powered innovation, inclusive innovation in the case of COVID, and how the whole kind of, with this kind of shared mission almost, that united the country in thinking towards a common social good, really sparked this type of new wave of entrepreneurship. And I think that was really kind of what we've been considering as a very, very interesting thing for the innovation policy at large, of how can we create these missions around social impact that can spark innovation to achieve that nationwide. And therefore this kind of a new type of discussion started to take place in Vietnam that I thought was very interesting. So it's also about how do we then harness this type of new opportunity to rethink the innovation policy through this lens. And I think colleagues were sharing very interesting points as well.
Well, thank you so much, Ida, Rex, Ishtiaq. And for all of you that have been joining the past 20 minutes or so, if you remember the presentations, each of them brought a big question that their colleagues and their teams are thinking through. And the first one from Rex was really about how do we bridge the gap in terms of grassroots innovators to markets, to institutions, to platforms of that nature. And Ishtiaq was, his question is about process and approach. Are we connecting effectively with those? Do we really understand the needs and the aspirations of those at the last mile, for example? And then to the point that Ida was just sharing, institutionally, how are we pivoting? How are we reconnecting our institutional framework so that we can be really ensuring that we're actually inclusive to the full degree? So I really appreciate each of you sharing different perspectives, different snapshots. I know we've gotten to have a brilliant morning learning from so many different fantastic speakers, and really wonderful to hear what's going on closer to the field as well. So with that, I'm going to wrap up and pass it right on over to Animika, who has done a fantastic job of moderating the entire morning anyway. So back over to you, and thanks again to our colleagues and sharings in the speaking as well.
Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Rex, Ida, Ishtiaq. It was wonderful learning about your experiences, Rex. Because we interact in the labs also. You are doing some wonderful job. Same with Ida and Ishtiaq, learning about your ways to deal with grassroots innovations and how you are learning to learn from grassroots innovations, grassroots innovators and the communities. And here also we, as a team now, because this next session will bring us as a team together and see how we can work towards realizing grassroots innovations in all of Asia Pacific. We have two representatives from the strongest UN agencies in terms of presence in the Asia Pacific. The ESCAP, of course, Marta doesn't need any, Marta or Courtney, they don't need any introduction for now, because we have been listening to them since morning, and Marta was involved. Courtney was also involved right from the beginning of sketching the details of the webinars. And the idea here is, you can say it's an extension of the networking session that you had right now, just a minute ago. And we will listen to Martha's thoughts and Courtney's, and we'll see and explore how opportunities for networking, working together, will emerge and can emerge with the support of these two organizations and the country governments. And over to you, Martha, for your presentation here.
Thank you, Anamika. Thanks very much. And please bear with me if there's any issues with the sound. My internet connection is unstable, even if I'm in Bangkok. I will then try to switch to a mobile. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible day and a half so far. And this last session is going to bring us, how we may build stronger linkages for promoting grassroots innovation. And I wanted to share a bit why we are here, why ESCAP is promoting grassroots innovation. We are a recent team that was established like 3.5 years ago, and I joined the team from the start. And I had previously been working on promoting science, technology, and innovation policies in developing countries with another UN organization based in Geneva. And in my experience of those previous 12 years was that most of the work done in promoting science, technology, and innovation was with the objective of promoting economic growth, the competitiveness of firms. And as a international civil servant working for the UN, my question was, are we seriously promoting development if we are only promoting economic growth? If we are largely focusing on enterprises to make profit, how could we promote policies that also encourage social development and environmental sustainability? And from that challenge, we established a program in ESCAP geared towards promoting science, technology, and innovation policies that bring more inclusive outcomes. And looking at who is benefiting from those policies, who participates in the definition and in the design and formulation of the policies, who can take part in innovation activities, and how do we make sure that those public investments are not only for the benefit of economic growth, but also for social advancing and ensuring that we leave no one behind. And as part of the work, it's clear that we can promote inclusive innovations from, let's say, two simplistic perspective, innovations that address the needs of the poor, but we can also use the approach of innovations by the poor. So enabling those that are at the base of the economic pyramid to be innovators themselves and be able to have the tools to develop the solutions that they need to address their basic needs. So with that idea at ESCAP, we started exploring what are different ways in which we can promote strategies, science, technology, innovation policies that bring more inclusive outcomes. Yeka, if you could move to the next slide. And we found that there are different approaches that one may take. One may want to include this inclusive lens when designing very high level science, technology, and innovation policy, or put in place mission-oriented policies that address specific inclusivity challenges. One may also try to promote more inclusive technologies and innovation. And one example of that will be supporting grassroots innovation. Another way is to promote economic activity, but then an economic activity that brings more inclusive growth. And that may be by empowering SMEs to innovate, by promoting inclusive business, or by promoting businesses beyond the traditional economic centers. And the fourth areas block of strategies that one may consider to promote inclusive innovation is to remove barriers to access and to benefit from technology by, for example, promoting women to be able to participate in scientific, technology, and innovation careers and in education. Or, for example, to promote assistive technologies for persons with disability. And this is the way that we try to identify different approaches. And as we were identifying these approaches, or based on what's happening in Asia Pacific, we found out that there's a lot of initiative and transformative efforts from governments to use technology and innovation for inclusive development. And if we look in the next slide, these are just some examples of efforts by different governments in each of those, of implementing some of those strategies. Today, and yesterday, this workshop has mainly focused on supporting grassroots innovation. Next. So that's only one, for us, it's one component of a variety of tools that you can think of as a government official in how you may want to promote inclusive technology and innovation policies. And I would like to focus the rest of this presentation on the work that we have done specifically on grassroots innovation. And as you have heard now, we've been collaborating closely with the Honeybee Network and GIEN, and we organized the first workshop to promote grassroots innovation in January 2019. And as a follow-up, we've had a number of other sessions focusing on grassroots innovation in different intergovernmental meetings discussing innovation in Asia Pacific. And that's one of the roles that ESCAP has, which is as a convener of policymakers and exchanging of knowledge among policymakers. So what we try to do is have specific sessions really focusing on grassroots innovation, but also bring the dimension of grassroots innovation to broader discussions on science, technology, and innovation policies. And in addition to that, we've prepared with Professor Gupta and Anamika, this workbook on policies and strategies for promoting grassroots innovation. The purpose of this is to have a first manual that any policymaker interested in promoting grassroots innovation could have a look and examine the different dimensions that he or she may want to consider to promote grassroots innovation. This first workbook is largely based on the 30 years experience of the Honeybee Network and GIEN and the experience in promoting grassroots innovation in India. There are examples from other countries, and we hope that in the future we could do a version 2.0 of this workbook, including experience from many other countries. And the workbook is also meant or designed to be a reflection tool. So at the end of each chapter, there are a couple of questions asked to the reader to reflect on his own specific context, and which may help reflect and think in which areas it's stronger or weaker in terms of creating an enabling environment for grassroots innovation. This is available to share. It's free to be used. So you should have received the link to this workbook. And also you're free and welcome to translate it to your local language if you want to disseminate it within your country. You just need to request permission just for our records. It's a request from the UN publications team, but you're most welcome to translate so that you can use it as much as you want in your efforts to create awareness about grassroots innovation and when discussing with policymakers and how you might promote grassroots innovation. And in the second part of this session, we will be rolling up our sleeves and do some hands-on work in trying to test how you might use this workbook. So that's my introduction. Over to you, Anamika.
Thank you so much, Martha. I hope you could get the participants. You could get some time to go through the workbook, because we had put in a lot of efforts, and Martha knows how difficult it was actually putting everything together, getting experts to comment on it. So, any questions for Martha here? You can all see now you have Martha for next few minutes, all for you. She will be answering your questions, the kind of support that you need from ESCAP and how ESCAP can help you in your country. Please put in your questions in the chat box, or we'll take later. It's better that if you want, we can take a question here right now. No, Naichi? No, you are not. Our IP team from Samoa? Okay, so we will wait for the questions in the chat, and we will take again. So may I invite Courtney to share her experience on inclusive innovations and how they are promoting grassroots innovations in the Asia Pacific. Courtney, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. I'll do my best to be brief, and to be honest, the reason for that is that there's so much synergy between the work that we've been striving to champion with the UNDP, and then the work that is coming through and manifesting through this workbook as well. But I did want to share a little bit of the context and just have it on the radar screen, because inclusive innovation is an inquiry that we, from a regional perspective, have been looking at in quite some detail. And just this year, we published a report in collaboration with Nesta. So I thought what would be interesting is to share, just for the context point, from our perspective, of course, I think it goes without saying, why does it matter for policymakers? That's what we're discussing. But also some of these other nuanced components around the people-centric approach, the process approach. And then ultimately, how do we also, recalibrate for the inequality that's happening in the world? But here, this image is really just a screenshot of the latest context, which we cannot get away from, which we just spoke a little bit about in the previous networking session, which is the pandemic. And this is ultimately both a challenge and an incredible opportunity for us to rethink what does it even mean, these paradigms that we are facing. To the point that Marta was just sharing, when we're looking at growth as a driver, as an economic indicator, then we certainly need to also be expansive in our thinking and inclusive in our approach. So from what does that mean for policymakers? And one of the things that from the UNDP Regional Innovation Center, our point of view and the ways that we're looking at it is ultimately, it's an incredible opportunity for government to reposition itself and to be effective in very different ways, and maybe even amplifying the ways that it already was effective. But also rethink that, what does that social contract also look like? We can't ignore the fact that we have other dynamics at play, and it's not just one approach. So when we think of the world, but specifically in this region, the Asia Pacific, in this case, we have so many contextualized challenges to be considering. So one of the things that I wanted to share a little of the story about when we think about inclusive innovation, it was last September 2019, pre-COVID, that through the ASEAN-China UNDP Symposium, we were able to commission this research around the direction and ways of which the innovation story is unfolding for this region specifically. So the head of our center at the time, one of the key things here that we wanted to investigate through this opportunity, through the symposium from the ASEAN context, is what are the ways in which innovation is being championed? How is it being defined? What does it look like as governments are coming about it? And one of the things here is, it's not a neutral element. In fact, there is a way in which the direction, the style, the ways in which it is being expressed from a policy standpoint, for that matter, really matters. And it can have consequences, both positive and also unintended, possibly detrimental ones too. So one of the things I wanted to share in the next few minutes is just out of this report, I can share the link in the chat box, of course, which was published and shared in right when COVID was actually starting to expand dramatically, particularly for our region, but this was in February 2020 this year. But the ways in which we looked at it is there was research conducted in the field in the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and then also Myanmar as well. So I know we have some of the guests from Myanmar here. What we wanted to do was find how was it being interpreted on the ground, but then also connecting with different governments. So what I'm sharing is more of a meta-analysis, a bit of a summary of some of the key findings. In the report itself, there are deep dives into the case studies as well of what we noticed. But as I already mentioned just a moment ago, which is around this notion of there is a direction. And what does that mean when we're talking about challenges and opportunities? One of the other key common denominators was around the participation element. So we saw some great examples already from Telangana, as well as the, well, of course, with A2I and the work that Anir was sharing as well. And then Dr. Sales in regards to the Philippines work, you know, literally the ways in which not only programmatically are we sourcing, but also how are we from a policy standpoint acknowledging and ensuring that institutionally that the ways in which creativity, innovation from the grassroots is literally being acknowledged, expressed, amplified, or even scaled or replicated. So some of the high level strategies, and it may seem so obvious to a certain degree, but one is specifically around the direction in which we're using technology, right? There's many cases in which we could say that the Silicon Valley model has been touted as if it could be a silver bullet, or we're looking for unicorns. And in a lot of cases, this is something that can create even more inequality. So what we want to do is reframe and rethink when we are thinking of technology, how is it being leveraged? Certainly it is something to be leveraged, but what are the ways we're championing it from a policy standpoint? Another element too is around this expansiveness of where are we looking and sourcing for innovation. So I think Ida just mentioned a few examples in which the national science, technology, innovation policies are being redirected to be further, let's say, widespreading cost cutting, as well as inclusive in terms of how it's being channeled, where are funds being channeled for that. And then well, what we also wanted to say, and similar to the point that was already shared, for example, in the Philippines, which is there's latent potential everywhere. And how do we go about formally recognizing and ensuring that those things are acknowledged? Of course, I'd be remiss without saying, you know, Professor Gupta and the work that's already been going on with Honeybee Network and Gyan are fantastic testaments to this. So pre-COVID, some of the things that we noticed, because this research was really happening right when this transition was occurring with the pandemic. But of course, how do we foster a more enabling environments that's cross-cutting in regards to working across ministries, working across silos, working across sectors to really be connecting and congealing the ways in which we can be answering those questions, just like how do you bridge the market gap fit, or how do we ensure that there's enough research for that social R&D to happen, for example. In the points 2 and 3 here, even with the pandemic as a backdrop, absolutely still stand, which is around this hyper contextualization for the local needs. And so how do we also have a nuanced approach, even though when we have a macro, let's say top-down opportunity from a policy standpoint or institutional standpoint, how do we build in these nuanced loops in which we can ensure that there's a relevance to those at the last mile for that matter? And this inclusion piece for point 3 here. Who is making the decisions? How are they being made? And who is at the table, for example? So what is this all telling us? Well, there's also with the pandemic, you know, just as we mentioned earlier, a challenge can be an opportunity. So Ishtiaq and A2I examples already being surfaced there are very connected to this point 1 here around this digital divide. So how do we leverage technology in such a way that does close the divide, but then also acknowledges that this exists and works towards it, works with it, if you will. We could also say these other points are absolutely top of mind and relevant, you could say, over the past year in terms of urbanization, misinformation, and then of course, the ways to get, you know, digitization of social safety nets and things of that nature. These would all be examples of how we could be looking at these strategies surfaced in the report to be very relevant for the context of what we're talking about now. I'll just quickly mention that we've been trying to capture different interesting stories along the way. So after the report was launched, there was a series of interviews that we captured primarily through our Medium channel which is the innovation team's RIC's Medium channel. And so we spoke, we have field notes from the Philippines. Indonesia was one that we reconnected with. And we looked at, this was literally during COVID becoming more problematic, quite during a lot of the lockdowns for that matter. And the interesting ways in which we are learning from those working in the field, trying to have a data-driven approach to inclusion, but how did they also marry the big data with the stories of what people were sharing and telling them. So we captured very different process and approaches through some of these stories. And this maybe, so much is happening in the Philippines quite quickly anyway, but a lot of this at this moment was about, in the ways in which the Philippines Innovation Act had been experimenting literally in the context as well with the COVID backdrop. So we were capturing interesting stories of grassroots innovators responding to COVID effectively, and then also interesting things that were happening from a policy standpoint too. And one of the key quotes I thought was really interesting that came from one of the interviews is that even though there's an incredible citizen initiatives, it's not really a substitute for government policy. So the point here is ultimately, it takes a combined effort. It's a hybrid effect, and literally across that spectrum of interventions, everything really matters, no matter what point in the system you might be operating. So finally, just to wrap up and to share a little bit around the ways in which UNDP is approaching this is really to enable the environment in working with government specifically. So we've launched NextGen Gov, which is NextGen Governance, in really thinking of ways about modalities for working. If we have these strategies that we've already identified, and we have these wonderful cases that are being highlighted and shared already, especially in this workshop today and yesterday, then how do we mobilize it and amplify that kind of work across sectors even further and faster? And so some of the capabilities that we were highlighting in looking at through this NextGen Gov approach is simply connected to some of the pieces that I already mentioned, which is about modality, right? So this agility piece, this ability to work together collaboratively in new ways, which may not necessarily be extremely comfortable for people at first, working across silos, and then also working with the systems logic, which means that we want to be understanding that interventions at a micro level are critical and important. But when we zoom out, we also want to ensure that we are thinking with the system perspective in mind as well. So this is just to share that's ongoing amount of work in many of the countries that were also mentioned already this morning, that we are working with governments specifically on testing new approaches. And a lot of this certainly goes towards this inclusivity piece and acknowledging the grassroots innovation element as being critical and equally important. So with that, hopefully I didn't talk too quickly, but I did want to be mindful of time and ensure that we had a chance to get into what the most important part of the session, which I think is the conversations that come from trying to test out this workbook and working together too. So over to you, Animika. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. And I like one of the quote that you had in your presentation was that these inclusive innovation is not per se, they are not here to replace the structural the governance structure and the kind of policy support that we'll need. And both of you working with so many governments into the policy segment, let us open the floor to our participants who have policy specific or strategy specific questions, network specific questions, and let us co-learn in this journey. There are a few questions that Martha had been kind enough to answer in the chat itself. Any more questions, please? You can unmute and ask. Both Courtney and Martha are here to answer. Any questions? Thank you for the link, Courtney. So if you don't have any questions, we have a lot of questions for you waiting in the next segment. So we will have a small part from the workbook, which we have a section on self-assessment, and I will also share Courtney's email here. Courtney, can you type your email here so that people can get back to you, because a lot has been happening since morning, and I think, okay, yes, thank you. So they can always get back to you, and Anir, Istiaq, Ida, any. So the next section is on a small task that we have for the self assessment, and Rafael will share the link on the chat. Rafael, will you please do it for us?
Sure.
Yes.
And you will explain the
Yes, so Martha, I will invite Martha to explain the self-assessment form, and so that we understand the kind of support that you have in your country and the way we can work together to strengthen in the places where probably you will need more resources, more support to identify innovations and build an inclusive innovation ecosystem. Yes, so we have the form link in the chat box, and Yekai will share the slide. Yekai? Yes, and over to you, Martha.
Thanks very much. So this is a practical exercise. It's to give you an idea of what you may want to do as a government official if you decide that I really think that it will be worth creating an enabling environment to support grassroots innovation, and what are some of the things that you may want to consider. We will do this exercise in two parts. The first one will be your self-assessment of your ecosystem. For your ecosystem, you may want to think at the national level, at your city level, or at the regional level. Just think of what will be the most appropriate level of ecosystem for you. And if you look at the slide, this first part will be looking at the blue column, assessment of your ecosystem. And we would like you to reflect on the 8 broad categories that we've been talking about through the past 2 days. One, it's about the need of creating awareness about grassroots innovation, both among the communities, the students, teachers, but also among policymakers, and what's grassroots innovation and why it's important to support. So is there sufficient awareness within your government or your communities about grassroots innovation, about the potential of innovating? The second area will be to look at what's the current public support for grassroots innovation. And you may think, is there a specific explicit public policy that supports grassroots innovation? If yes, then you may want to assess and give 5 points. If it's not explicit, but there is, like in the Philippines, an inclusive innovation policy, you may want to give 3 or 4. If there is no inclusive innovation strategy, you may want to give 1 or 2. And then besides the public policy, there may be initiatives, and by that we mean strategies or programs at the federal level, at the state level, or at the district level. There may be, like, for example, the UN program or an inclusive innovation fund at the state level. So please assess how well developed are initiatives at those 3 levels. The third dimension is what efforts are there in place to discover what are existing grassroots innovations, like the scouting and the diversity of channels used to scout for grassroots innovation, like the Yatra walks, or asking, or science first, or other programs. What level of programs are there to identify existing grassroots innovations? And also how much work or ability there is to do research on prior art, so to identify what exists already of what may be traditional knowledge of grassroots innovation that could be used. The fourth dimension is what support is available to validate and to provide value addition to those innovations, to validate them, and to support to incubate them so that from an invention we can move into a developed product or service that could be commercialized or socially diffused. Then what services do you have to diffuse grassroots innovation? Is there a database of grassroots innovation and traditional knowledge available? Are grassroots innovations adopted in extension services? Another dimension is to look at to what extent intellectual property rights in your country and system support and protect grassroots innovation. The seventh, it's what financial mechanisms and means are available for financing grassroots innovation to support incubation of those innovations. Are there infrastructure and labs that support the validation of grassroots innovation? Is there investment in research and innovation on grassroots, at the grassroots level? And the last but not less important dimension is looking at linkages. Are there platforms that enable the cross-fertilization of knowledge from innovators to entrepreneurs, for example? Are there intermediary organizations, as we saw in the case of Telangana state, where there are a lot of different agencies trying to support different dimensions of getting a grassroots innovation to develop and scale? And are there any type of incentives in terms of recognition or financial to link, for example, the work that universities do with grassroots innovators? So are we incentivizing more formal R&D institutions like universities or research centers to also support grassroots innovation? So those are all the dimensions that we consider in this workbook and in this assessment. And it will be very good. We will give you now 10 minutes to reflect on your own and go through each of those dimensions and give them a score based on the information that you have. If you feel that you don't have sufficient information to make an assessment, please note that and say no information available. And that's always the first step to know what's the information that you don't have and you may need to find out more. So with that, you will be able to fill this assessment later on in using the link. But first, we would like you to use 10 minutes on your own to think about all those dimensions. And then you will have 5 minutes to complete the online form. So let's come back at 11:45. So in 15 minutes, we'll be back here in plenary. And we hope that you have had the time to complete the form. If you have any question, please ask me now or ask later or either verbally or through the chat, and we'll be here to respond to them. So if this is clear, can you give me a thumbs up using the reaction button? I just want to make sure that it's clear for everyone.
Mata, in the financing sessions, it says the government on all financings for the incubation and infrastructure. Am I right?
What we are looking is particularly financing that grassroots innovators could benefit from. In some cases, financing for incubation may be directed to high-tech incubation, and that may not be relevant for grassroots innovation. So we would like you to think from the perspective of grassroots innovation in particular.
Yes.
Okay, I saw someone had put a thumbs up. I hope everyone is now feels comfortable in doing this exercise. Okay, I see that Rafael says that we already have the presentation from the Philippines and the contribution from the Philippines.
And two more from Myanmar now.
Okay, excellent. Please let us know if you face any problem in completing the form. Okay, so I see that we already have a few responses, and I would suggest that maybe in order of, in interest of time, we can start looking and commenting on some of those responses. Anamika, are you available to do that now?
Yes. I can also see some of the responses coming up, and it's actually very good to know where we do not have enough information. So we need to know what we want to know. That is thanks Rafael for including that. I think that was a wonderful idea. Should we, Martha, what do you suggest? Should we go about like point by point, like the awareness and?
I will just ask, take one example of a country, maybe the Philippines, and we could go through the same through that response, and maybe comment why those why it's weak, or why there is some strengths. We take one country.
Yeah, Rafael.
Yes.
Could we see, because I can see the summary sheet. Is it possible to see the individual responses?
Sure. I'll share my screen. Just a second.
And our team from Philippines, you can just drop in, and also when you have identified the weaknesses and the strengths that you have, let us know how we can help.
Right. You can see my screen here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Anamika, we have here from the Philippines the first form. I'll pass it by and you can comment.
I'm guessing this will be from Dr. Anthony Sales.
So I cannot.
Yeah. May I have the floor, Martha, Anamika?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, I like to zero in on the IP aspect, intellectual property management of grassroots innovation. As you can see, I gave very low scores for the use of IP to protect because as of now, for experience and from the perspective of grassroots innovators, this has really not been done yet. No? So far, we don't know of any grassroots innovation that have gone through IP protection. What I can recall is that we already have a number of technologies that have been developed by grassroots innovators, particularly MSMEs, women innovators. But these innovations have not gone through IP protection. And I think the main reason is that they see it as technologies for our public good, meaning that they hesitate and they don't see the need to really get a patent or at least a utility model or a industrial design or even a copyright for these technologies and IPs. So I guess that's the reason why. And maybe this can also be attributed to the fact that we have not yet, at least from the grind program, we have not yet really gone to the to such lengths as to check what of these technologies from the provinces and from the grassroots doing an inventory, an honest to goodness inventory of these grassroots innovators, and which of these inventions and innovations can be protected and can have a patent. And on the use of patent information, again, we still have to see which of the innovators, the grassroots innovators, have made efforts to use patent information. We actually have an ITSO, an Innovation Technology Service Office, where we have access to a worldwide library of patents. No, but so far we don't know of any grassroots innovators that have availed of the services of the ITSOs in the academic institutions. Use of open access, I think some of them have access to the internet, so I'm sure they have encountered information regarding innovations and inventions that are available for them as basis for their own community innovations. Back to you, Anamika. Back to you, Martha.
Thank you, Dr. Salis. To be very frank, Anthony, when we had started, we thought about giving the rights, recognition, and rewards to innovators, and the IP protection thing came up a little later, maybe. And Professor Gupta is here; he will again tell us about the story. So what we did, we found that there were IP attorneys who were willing to invest their time, and they did not charge for their time to us to file the patents of thousands of innovators. And as we understand that these patents are not to bar other innovators or other farmers or other artisans to use this technology, but in case some large firms or multinationals, they want to draw inspiration or take the technology and get in fact patent on it, like so it's about filing a defensive patent. And that's how I think we went about it. None of our innovators actually enforced it in a way that other farmers or fellow citizens cannot use them, but it was an instrument to not to inhibit the larger firms or MNCs to copy their technologies without giving a licensing fee, or we just wanted to protect the rights of the innovator. Isn't it, Professor?
That is true. The fact remains, however, that when it comes to even small companies trying to scale up the innovations of grassroots innovators, whether during COVID-19 or subsequently in plant variety, in small enterprises, small machineries, I like that idea of rapid cooling system or many other such solutions that I saw about the energy efficient refrigerator. We had a similar innovation where the heat of the compressor was used for a hot chamber on the top of the refrigerator to keep it warm. So there are many innovations where the scope of adding filing a patent is there, not so much to prevent a fellow mechanic to use that mechanism, but to help small entrepreneurs license it and commercialize it, because that is where the business opportunities will emerge. But again, as Anamika said, we don't want IP system to prevent people to people sharing of ideas. That's what has sustained our society. So that is the concept of technology commons. People to people copying is allowed and encouraged, but people to firm through licensing.
Thank you, Professor. Could we also ask the team from Samoa to share their experience, because we have the IP team here incidentally. And Rafael, would you please put up the response sheet if they don't mind?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Hi, Prakriti. Are you trying to connect? Is it? I don't know.
Yes, that's correct.
Will you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. We are wondering whether Mr. Anthony had an understanding or some sort of relationship with their IP team in the Philippines. Because for us here in Samoa, we develop a network or an understanding between us and other government agencies that we are working together. Like we have mentioned last night about, yesterday, it was a night to us, sorry. Like we mentioned yesterday, we have this initiative of having an annual science fair whereby we created a platform for secondary schools, for college students to not only to share their inventions in regards to science, but the way they bring it in that platform is for them to showcase the knowledge in science and to dialogue with other school children in the country. And by doing so, we invite our stakeholders, such as the National University of Samoa and the SROS, Scientific Research Organization of Samoa, to work together with us in order for us to host that event. And by doing so, we have an understanding, like an MOU, so that they will help us, give us some insights on how to, to do to run the program, but help us in order to charge the work of the students so that we can get good results and so that we are aware of what to look for in the National Science Fair. And by doing what's the name of a working committee, in that platform, we exchange informations. They will help us look at other side of what to protect and what to look for in order for us to have good inventive patents.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Anta, do you think that we can take Myanmar or Lao PDR, or just one response more, and then we can proceed to the next need assessment, the need and the strength assessment thing?
Okay, let's do one more.
One more. You can unmute whoever wants to share Rafael will help us to share the sheet. But any team?
Yes. Hi, everyone. First of all, we thank you for our presentation. I think this presentation is very useful for us. For us, when we talk about the grassroots innovation, when we see the awareness, well, among policymakers in terms of the Ministry of Science and Technology, we understand. Somehow we have understand the idea. However, among the communities or other level, it is still still a challenge for raising the awareness. And next, for the public support, the grassroots innovation. Well, in the general, when we talk about even though the inclusive technology innovation policy, we're still in the process of ongoing on drafting, because now we are in the process of drafting the innovation, technology and innovation policy the next 5 years. So hopefully this webinar that we learn a lot, and somehow we can get the ideas, and then we can put some input on our policy drafting. And so this covering, so for us, we see like it's still in the weak situation. Yeah. And the incubator, well, here in Laos, we have the incubation center, but mostly on IT. It is under National University of Laos. They have some activities, and they cooperate with the ASEAN, other ASEAN university. However, they still, when we talk about the experience or the financial status, they still need some assistance. And another point, of course, on when we talk about database of the grassroots innovation, because of is our main challenge. We believe that we have the idea from the communities. It will be useful for us to develop the next innovation. However, it's kind of is separate in different part of the countries. So we don't have the capacity yet to all collect all the information. And in the property rights, why we, in terms of the viewpoint of the government, we have the IP law. We fully support the IP protection. However, because of the community or the actor, they still have a weak awareness of the IP rights. So that's why, compared to the use of the patent or information, compared the ranking is weak. But however, we as the government, we fully support and protect the IP rights. And the financing, well, for Laopedia, for the R&D financial support, we got from the government every year 0.04% compared to the GDP. Compared with other countries, still low. And of course, infrastructure, we still have a challenge, still lack of the infrastructure. And the linkage, now we still need the others assistant, from the outsider, to come to help us in terms of the technical assistant, or even the policy and the financial assistance. So I think many things that we still need assistance. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your feedback. And as I understand, there are many ways in which ESCAP, Dr. Salas, or Honeybee Network and others can join you and make the ecosystem more stronger there. And now I will request Martha to take us through the next section of the self-assessment form. Over to you, Martha. Yeka, you can put the other part maybe. And Rafael, thank you so much for helping me out throughout this. And he will now put the link to the mural.
Sure.
So we have now, in interest of time, let's, I know we are running over time. I hope you can stay with us 10 more minutes and we complete this exercise. So let's take 5 minutes to do the second part of the exercise. You've done a general assessment of your ecosystem. What are some of your strengths and your weaknesses? And this is the opportunity to identify what are some specific areas where you would need some support, or you would like to have collaborate with others to be able to develop one of those dimensions. But also, let's be generous and think of what are those areas perhaps where you're strongest, where you could offer support to others. And we would like you to complete this using a mural, which is an online application. Rafael is sharing the link in the chat. And if you click on that link, it will take you to a website.
Great. I see people coming in.
And we would like you to identify at least 1 or 2 areas where you would like to receive support or collaborate with others to learn more about that area, and write down in the post-it a note. Rafael, would you mind sharing your screen?
Sure. I'll take your screen out. There we go. All right.
So if you could explore in each of the, what are maybe the 2 dimensions that you feel you would like support, and just write a note, your country name and what specific support you would like. And similar, identify 1 or 2 areas where you could offer support, and write in the post-it your country name and the support that you could offer to others. So you have now 5 minutes to complete this. If you face any difficulties to complete, just let me know, and I can let me know orally, and I can complete the sticky note on for you.
Yeah, we'll take a look in the chat too. Remember to put your country and 2 points, so then we know which country you're representing, as we cannot name it here, and then it'll be easy to identify. And as you see, we have the 8 categories here. So for the sake of time, focus on the ones that you think are more important, or know your needs, or you can offer. And the link will continue there, so we can explore later on as well. Just click 2 times. So how you do it, you just click on a sticky note 2 times, and then you can write whatever you want. You can see here from Myanmar, you're getting there. You can see the Philippines, you're writing here. So write the name of your country and what kind of support do you need, right? Or what exactly you can offer.
Okay, I see. I will assume that the boxes next to Myanmar are all from Myanmar.
Yep. Please remember to rename your card, your sticky note.
Okay, I will start commenting, but please feel free to continue writing. And it's useful if you put the name of your country before, so that it's easier for us to identify each of the post-its from where it comes. We see as a starting point a request for support in raising awareness, both among policymakers and also for creating a grassroots innovation community. And I think for policymakers, this is certainly something that ESCAP can offer support to generate awareness, either through the dissemination of the book, workbook, adapting it or translating it to your own national language, through presentations in some of your events, or through further dissemination of the webinars like today. In terms of creating grassroots innovation community, and in terms of spurring and interest in innovation among communities, I think the Honeybee Network, it's a very good example, and Professor Gupta has always been very keen on sharing the experience of the Honeybee Network and of Gian. So I'm sure, Professor Gupta, I'm not putting you in a bad situation by saying that you will be willing to share your experience.
Always.
I also see that the Philippines has generally suggested that we'll be able to provide resource persons to share experiences and insights on their experience on developing grassroots innovations and promoting them. And I think that's when inspiration often comes from not from our own house, but from our neighbors. And this is sharing across countries. It's a very good inspiration. And I think, Anthony, that was your experience from the first Grassroots Innovation Seminar.
Yep. Yes.
Then we have also what support may be needed for developing public support for grassroots innovation. And that's, I guess that will be about how to develop programs or strategies for the promotion of grassroots innovation at different levels. I see in Samoa will be at the district level. Myanmar says at every level, including in the drafting of the FCI policy. probably testing, that may be something more specific to consider as Myanmar moves to developing the strategy, with specific programs could be put in place.
Yes.
Myanmar is currently finalizing the drafting of its STI policy, which is it's more general. And I think in the next stage will be the development of the strategy, where you select very specific programs, and that would be a very good opportunity to include these. So we need support of SCAP to convince the government's interest, and so the type of support that we can provide is through webinars. Again, we'll be happy to do more selective briefings to high-level policymakers and to introduce. And we always find it useful, very valuable to introduce the subject together with the experience of another policymaker and of a grassroots innovator. And those are very impactful stories that may help your government officials to understand the importance of grassroots innovation. So I see Myanmar has noted different areas related to intellectual property rights and support to protect grassroots innovation. And I think that may be interesting if you could also benefit from the experience of the Honeybee Network in how they and their thinking on how to develop databases and different types of intellectual property right protections that are being used, and how to encourage an open access where relevant, or to the extent possible. Anil and Anamika, feel free also to add your comments on where you will be willing to provide support to any of the areas identified here.
Yeah, I was thinking to do that, but all said and done, whatever is available with us, whatever knowledge, resource, databases, Professor Gupta, we are willing to share. So we are here for any help with whatever you'll need, and if we don't have a solution, we can always work or co-create and work and find out a solution if we don't have it. And we will also like to try out new things, because it's a new geography, new place, new political system, new people. So we will like to chip in wherever we can, and help all of you. Yeah.
I would say that we will bring out a special issue of Honeybee newsletter based on these 2 days workshop, where we will like to bring in the insights and also examples. And I will request all the colleagues to send us the photographs and brief description of the name of the innovator, background of the innovator, contact address of the innovator, so that just as we have connected to each other, innovators may connect to each other. And that would be real success to the workshop that we have had, that people-to-people contact, people-to-people cross-pollination, people-to-people friendship, people-to-people help. I think that is the ultimate goal that we have, that in this region, creative people should help each other cutting across the boundaries of all kinds, and with a spirit of humanitarian spirit of helping each other. I think that is what UNASCAP can facilitate, and we will be very happy to bring out a special issue, January to March issue of Honeybee, dedicated to the workshop participant and also others who could not participate but may have ideas to contribute. So a special issue can be brought out. Then that issue can be translated in local languages, so that it may also seed a kind of a node of Honeybee network in each country. So that might be a good way to take the next step and forge partnership, collegiality, cooperation, and also co-creation among the people across the country. So if there is an idea that you find useful in Myanmar, say food processing, but you find that there is a particular fruit for which design has to be changed, then we modify the design of that machine and make it more useful for the specific context.
Okay, excellent. So I think this has been very fruitful. I see other, for example, from Lao, they need to develop incubation and a request to establish the establishment of incubation network. Do you mean a network with other incubators in other countries or within Laopedia? Sorry, you're muted.
In my content, I mean the incubators with other countries.
Okay.
Yes.
To develop expertise on how to incubate grassroots innovations.
Yeah, there we can share some of the case studies. Anamika can share the case studies which are on our website as to what are the problems in taking the innovations up the value chain, validation, value addition, then intellectual property, then how do you find entrepreneurs or scientists who will improve the productivity of the efficiency of the solution, and then find partners who will commercialize it or distribute it as an open source. So I think this is something very critical. And the Telangana State Innovation Council showed a very good point about how district collectors, district authorities procured the innovation for district development. So if local authorities start procuring the innovation, I think that will be a very major boost to the value chain development for the grassroots innovation. That was a very, very interesting insight.
And for people who are now looking forward to building a database, we are, though we have the database right now, we are making it more user-friendly in the coming weeks, and we will share everything that we have. Isn't it, Professor? Even the structure, yes, the code, and anything that any help that you would want from us.
And all our databases are open access. They're available to you right away.
So to conclude this exploration of what are some of the needs and areas of support, feel free to send to ESCAP an email if you have a specific request detailing what will be your request, and we will try to support you on that. I think the idea of collecting the insights from this workshop and having it in the issue of the honeybee newsletter early next year, that will be very good. So we will welcome Anamika and Anil if you prepare a special issue on this work. I'm sure also, unfortunately, Courtney, she had to leave, but UNDP will also be interested in supporting some of your efforts and needs. So feel free to write down with a bit more of time what will be your specific need that you will like support for in terms of promoting grassroots innovation. And we'll coordinate among ourselves who may be best suited to respond to that. ESCAP primarily works at the level of policy. So we will be working, providing support at the policy level. The Honeybee Network has a lot of practical experience in many of in all of the areas of grassroots innovation on the ground. And then I would say that UNDP Acceleration Labs are also in between, and they're focusing at country level work, which will give you quite a more on the ground support. And also they're trying to also translate that or to communicate that to the policy level. So you have 3 key partners in this region that could support you, plus each of you who are already working on grassroots innovation and are willing to share your experience. And for me, this is a really excellent way of collaborating and jointly promoting grassroots innovation. And to make it more specific for us, for ESCAP, feel free to send us a specific request. You can send it to me by email, and we'll be glad to explore how we could support that. And with that, I would like to thank you, everyone. I would like to thank our partners, Professor Gupta and Dr. Day, Anamika Day, for the support since early 2018 or late 2017. It's been a continuous support, and it's great to know that an email send is always a positive response on the other side, even if we all have very busy agendas. And I would also like to thank UNDP for coming and sharing their expertise with the acceleration labs. And I would like to especially thank my team, thank Yekai, who's been doing an internship with ESCAP. Yekai, you can say hello. And to thank Raphael as well for making this possible and always bringing innovative ideas and to do it online and to disseminate it through social media. So thank you both, Yekai and Raphael. And
thank you all.
Over to you, Professor Gupta.
I must express a very great feeling of satisfaction and also optimism, because I think what we have achieved in 2 days is spectacular in terms of uncovering. The last session was very meaningful to my mind, uncovering what we can give, what we need to have. I think this is the spirit of sharing, collegiality, which will really promote the regional cooperation and also make us realize that it is not, Honeybee Network cannot claim to have answers to all the questions. There are a lot of questions to which we have to seek answer. And there are a lot of innovations that you are doing in your countries, which we need to learn. Our goal is to promote regional cooperation, global cooperation through various mechanisms. And this platform that Marta and Mia have provided us is a powerful platform. It is just another, I would say, follow-up of the January workshop that we had in Ahmedabad when we had a policy workshop. And I'm so happy that, as Anthony mentioned, that workshop triggered such rapid response in Philippines. And I was so happy also to see the policy incorporation of the lessons, the learning, linking, leveraging, and legitimization. I mean, these are the principles that are your principle, no more our principle. And I think the more people own these ideas, better for the grassroots innovators, because our purpose is to serve them and provide them visibility, voice, and velocity. Visibility, voice, and velocity. Velocity will come through this cooperation. Ideas of one region, one community, one part of one country, when they start going to other countries, reversal of globalization will take place. So far, globalization meant large corporations selling things to common people. What we are witnessing today, a very concrete possibility of grassroots innovations going to global market, and in this case, regional market. So I would say this is the greatest achievement of this workshop. It has not just triggered ideas, but also, as my colleagues were mentioning from Myanmar and some other places, we need this machine. We should get it quickly. So now this is the kind of hunger for ideas. Tazin Han, I liked your hunger for solutions. Your team was very hungry for picking up good ideas and then getting them to your country so that they can directly be deployed. And maybe in the next week or month, we should be having a processing machine in your country. That's what we should try to work towards. So rapidness, hunger for new ideas, impatience with inertia, and bit of playfulness in experimenting with new ideas. Because if we want to take up only those ideas which we are sure of succeeding, then there's no fun. The fun comes when we try something and something works, something doesn't. This was mentioned by many of you that out of many attempts that you made, many initiatives. Telangana mentioned they had about 20 initiatives, or 9 got concretized. Fine, that is the reality. Samoa mentioned a manure of newspaper. What a great idea. I'm waiting to, I'm impatient to put an experiment in my own kitchen garden in my home to see what kind of manure we generate. I'm only worried a little bit about the ink and toxic ink that is there in the paper, but it will work out. We will work out a solution of that. But this is a very good idea. I have a lot of newspaper lying in my home, and I'm going to make a manure out of them. So more, let me tell you that this is a lesson, but please do send us a photograph of that girl, the name of the girl, contact mail if it is possible to reach her, because we want to celebrate such creative people from our region. We want to honor them. We want to, I shared the HB and Kriya, HB and Anamika, write it again, the global competition that we have, and the last date is 30th November. I request you all to send as many entries as possible, innovation for and innovation from grassroots. Marta mentioned a very important line, innovation by poor and innovation for poor. She also said that inclusive development will be bypassing the science, technology, innovation policy will bypass the poorest people if the knowledge of the poor people is not built upon in our policy system. And I think this is a thought that I would like to conclude with, that's a very good point, very good summary of what we are trying to do, where the richness of resource, the thinking resource, the creative resource of the poor people. Poor people are poor in wealth, not poor in mind. And I think this is a message that you have all reinforced today. And I compliment your efforts and hope that the spirit that the workshop has generated and reinforced will only grow in times to come. And we will all be able to achieve a goal where the inclusivity of not just physical or spatial or economic, but also the intellectual inclusivity, the ideas of people will get included in our policy and programs. Thank you so much. God bless. All the best from the Honeybee Network. And Srishti.
Professor, we are having a group screenshot. So we will have, so we want to...
Everybody who is not putting a photo on can also put. There are 4 colleagues who have not put their 4 non-video. So please, that's right. That I think is a right thing to do. And I will also take I think Anamika is taking a snap, but we should also do. And this will be sent to all. I have been trying to do best with my speed, whatever I could. I may have missed some of the good ideas, but please do let me know. I'm a great cross-pollinator, so I have been tweeting your ideas as the session went by. And so nice. And Anthony, happy that you removed the mask. At least people can see you. Although we must wear the mask, we must wash hands, and we must keep the physical distance from each other. Yes, no, I agree. That was a good message to everybody, that masks are very important. So thank you so much, and let this cooperation continue. And thanks to Marta and Mia, who have put in enormous, and Rafael and Pierre, their team has put so much effort day and night in putting this workshop together. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.